Hey there, and welcome to Crime for Sleep. I know you're having trouble falling asleep, so let me keep you company with true crime stories from around the world. Before we dive in, I'm curious, where did you first hear this one? If you enjoy these stories, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Now get comfortable, and let's get into tonight's case. Story 1. I had just closed the last box when the hum began. It wasn't a sound you heard with your ears, but a vibration that started in the soles of your feet and traveled up into your teeth. The air in the empty house grew thick, pressing against my eardrums. I stood perfectly still, my breath held, waiting for the floorboards to settle. They never did. The humming stopped as suddenly as it started, but the silence that replaced it felt like a held breath, and I knew, with a certainty that chilled my skin, that it was not my own. The first thing I did was check the windows, my fingers tracing the cool, seamless glass, all locked. The doors were bolted, the chain latches secure. I was alone, a fact verified by the echoing emptiness of each room. The moving boxes formed a city of brown cubes in the living room, a monument to a life I was trying to start over. But that hum, that feeling of a presence pausing its own respiration, made a mockery of my fresh start. It was an old feeling, one I had tried to pack away. I tried to dismiss it as the house settling, the groan of pipes, the phantom memory of a heavy truck passing on a distant road. But the explanation was a coat that did not fit. This was something else. It was a frequency of wrongness. My days became a study in listening. I would pause while unpacking a set of plates, my hands suspended in midair, straining to catch the tail end of that vibration. I started noticing other things, a faint metallic scent that would appear in a room I had just left, like the ghost of a coin held in a sweaty palm. A draft that had no source, a cold thread that would weave through the still, warm air of the hallway. I found myself avoiding certain floorboards, not because they creaked, but because they were silent in a way that felt deliberate. Sleep became a shallow pool. I would surface from it at the slightest provocation, my heart a frantic bird against my ribs. One night I woke to the sensation of a weight depressing the edge of the mattress, the way it does when someone sits down. I did not open my eyes. I lay there feigning sleep, measuring the slow, even rhythm of my breathing against the terrifying stillness of the presence beside me. After an eternity, the pressure lifted. The room did not feel emptier for its absence. I began to document these occurrences, not in a journal, but on the voice memo app of my phone. It felt less permanent, more clinical. I would speak in a low whisper, describing the time, the sensation, the quality of the silence that followed. Listening back to the recordings days later, I heard something else. Beneath my own hushed narration, a faint, rhythmic sound like a slow, wet respiration. I played it for a friend over the phone. He heard nothing but static. "It's an old house," he said, his voice tinny and far away. "You're just not used to the sounds." But I was becoming an expert. The investigation, my personal inquisition, turned inward. I started questioning my own memories, the foundation upon which I had built this new life. Had the previous owner mentioned anything about the house? The transaction was a blur of paperwork and pleasantries. I recalled a handshake, dry and cool, a smile that did not quite reach the eyes. Had there been a hint of something else in that expression, a warning or perhaps an apology? The memory was soft at the edges, unreliable. I found an old, forgotten box in the back of the linen closet, one the movers must have missed from my previous apartment. Inside, nestled between college textbooks and faded photographs, was a small, handheld tape recorder. I had not seen it in years. On impulse, I inserted a battery that still had a faint charge. I pressed play. The tape hissed with age, then my own voice, younger, brighter, filled the empty bedroom. I was talking about a picnic, a day at the lake. The memory was warm and vivid, and then in the background, clear as day, was the hum. The same low, pervasive vibration I had felt in this new house. I had never noticed it before. I had carried this thing with me from one life to the next. The realization was not a thunderclap. It was a slow, cold seep, like groundwater rising. The hum was not in the house. The hum was in me, or rather it was attached to me. The misplaced objects, the contradictory memories, the feeling of a shared silence, they were not signs of a haunted home, but symptoms of a haunted mind. Or was it a haunted life? The distinction began to blur. I thought about the incident that had prompted the move. The official report called it an accident, a tragic random failure of a gas line in the building next door. I had accepted that. I had to. But now, sitting on the floor of my new empty bedroom, the hum of fresh memory in my bones, I remembered something else. An argument loud and sharp through the thin walls of my old apartment. A threat muttered, not shouted, but carrying a chilling finality. And then the smell of gas, subtle at first, then overwhelming. I had gotten out, others had not. The psychological turning point was not a dramatic reveal of a killer's identity. It was the quiet, horrifying realization that I might have heard the catalyst for a mass murder and done nothing. That my inaction, my desire to not get involved, to not make a scene, had allowed it to happen. The hum was the vibration of my own complicity, the frequency of a guilt so profound my mind could not hold it, and so it leaked out into the world around me, manifesting as a phantom presence. The held breath in the silence was my own, waiting for a judgment that never came. I sit here now in the perpetual twilight of this new house. The boxes are mostly unpacked, the place arranged to look like a home, but it is not. It is just another set of walls waiting to absorb the resonance of my life. The hum comes and goes. Sometimes I think I can almost make out a voice in it, a single, repeated word I cannot quite decipher. Is it a plea, an accusation, a warning? I do not know if the person who lived next to me was guilty. I do not know if I am. All I know is the silence is never truly silent anymore. It is a shared space, and I am never truly alone. The mystery was never about this house, or a ghost, or a thing that goes bump in the night. The mystery is me, and that is a box I will never be able to close. The tape recorder felt heavy in my hand, a cold, hard fact in a world of shifting sensations. I rewound the tape and pressed play again, my own youthful laughter a cruel juxtaposition to the low, steady hum underpinning it. I had carried this. All these years, through different cities, different homes, I had been the source of this wrongness. The house was just a container, and I was the thing that was spoiling. I spent the next few days in a fugue state, moving through the motions of my life like a ghost in my own home. The hum became a constant companion, no longer a startling intrusion, but a background radiation of my existence. I stopped fighting it. Instead, I started trying to listen to it, to understand its texture. I would sit in the dark for hours, my eyes closed, my entire being focused on that vibration in my bones. The word, the one I could never quite decipher, began to take shape. It wasn't a word at all, but a name I had heard through that thin apartment wall, spoken with such venom. Alistair. The man next door, his name was Alistair Finch. I had seen it on a package once, a bland, ordinary name for a man who, in my memory, had a perpetually clenched jaw and eyes that never met yours. The argument I had overheard was with his landlord, something about repairs, about negligence. The muttered threat was, "You'll be sorry you ever ignored me." I had dismissed it as the bluster of a frustrated man. I had turned up my music and forgotten about it. Now, sitting in the silence of my new living room, the memory was crystalline, sharp enough to cut. I had not just heard a threat, I had heard a blueprint. And when I smelled the gas later that night, a sweet, sickly odor, I had simply thought I should call someone in the morning. Morning had come too late for 7 people. The hum swelled in volume, vibrating up through the legs of my chair. It was no longer a passive frequency. It was a demand. I picked up the tape recorder. I needed to hear it to trap the evidence outside of my own skull. I held down the record button and sat in the humming silence, letting the machine capture the nothingness that was, in fact, everything. When I played it back, my breath caught. The hum was there, clearer than ever, a dense, sonic blanket, and beneath it, layered into the vibration, was a whisper. It was not my voice. It was thin, ready, and utterly devoid of warmth. You knew, it said. You knew, and you did nothing. A cold clarity washed over me. This was not about forgiveness, and it was not about punishment from some external force. This was about acknowledgement. The ghost was not Alistair Finch, trapped and seeking vengeance. The presence was the event itself, the tragedy given form by the sheer weight of my unspoken guilt. It was an echo of my own conscience, amplified to a deafening roar. I stood up, the recorder still in my hand, and walked to the kitchen. I opened the junk drawer and pulled out a box of matches. Then I went into the backyard, the night air cool on my skin. I placed the tape recorder on the dry, patchy grass. I pressed play one last time. The hum spilled out, a physical distortion in the quiet night. The whisper began again. You knew. I struck a match. The flame was small and bright, a counterpoint to the pervasive gloom. I did not throw it on the recorder. Instead, I spoke, my voice quiet but steady, directly addressing the humming air around me, the presence that had taken up residence in my life. I said. I knew something was wrong, and I did nothing. I was afraid, and I was selfish, and my inaction cost people their lives. The hum did not stop, but it changed. The vibration softened, losing its aggressive edge. It became just a sound again, a sad, endless note. I am sorry, I whispered. The words were inadequate, tiny pebbles thrown into a vast, dark ocean, but they were all I had. I dropped the match onto the tape recorder. The plastic casing blackened and curled, emitting a foul smoke. The whispers died, the hum warped into a screech of dying circuitry, and then there was only the crackle of the fire and the sound of the night. I stood there until the recorder was a melted, silent lump. The hum was gone. The silence that returned to the backyard was different. It was not a held breath. It was just silence, empty and true. Walking back inside, the house felt different. It was still just a house. The boxes were still there, the furniture was still arranged, but the pressure was gone. The drafts, the metallic scents, the feeling of a watched silence, they had vanished. I know the guilt has not disappeared. It is a part of me now, a scar on my soul, but it is my guilt. I have taken it back from the shadows and claimed it. The mystery of me is not solved, but it is no longer a haunting. It is just a life, a difficult, painful life that I have to live. I sat down on the sofa, and for the first time since I moved in, I felt truly, terribly, and completely alone. And that, for now, was enough. The next morning, the sun felt unfamiliar on my skin, a bland and ordinary light that held no hidden frequencies. I made coffee, the simple ritual of grinding beans and boiling water feeling like a new language I was learning. The silence in the kitchen was just silence. It was almost disappointing in its simplicity. I knew the guilt hadn't magically vanished with the fire. It was sitting in the chair opposite me, a permanent guest at my table, but it was no longer whispering. It was just there, a solid, heavy fact. I had given it a voice, and in doing so, I had robbed it of its power to haunt. It was just a part of me now, like a bad knee or a forgotten dream. A few days later, I found myself driving across town, my hands tight on the steering wheel. I didn't have a destination in mind, but my car seemed to know the way. I parked outside the library, the large, old building, a silent sentinel of knowledge. I walked through the automated doors, the hushed atmosphere of familiar comfort. I found the microfilm room and requested the reels for the local paper from the month of the explosion. The librarian, a woman with kind eyes and a quiet demeanor, brought them to me without question. I threaded the film into the machine, the bright screen glowing in the dim light. I scrolled past headlines about city council meetings and high school sports, my heart thumping a slow, dread-filled rhythm, and then I found it. The front page was a grainy black and white photograph of the rubble, the jagged scar against the sky. The headline read, "Gas explosion claims 7 lives." I read the article, my eyes scanning the dry, factual text. It listed the names of the dead. Alastair Finch was among them. The article quoted investigators who cited a catastrophic failure in an old gas line running to the building. There was no mention of an argument, no suggestion of foul play. It was officially and forever an accident. I sat back, the hum of the microfilm reader the only sound. I had been so certain, so convinced of my own complicity, but the record told a different story. Had I constructed a narrative of guilt to make sense of a random, senseless tragedy? Had my mind, unable to process the horror, created a monster I could blame, even if that monster was me? I rewound the film and returned it to the desk. The walk back to my car was long and filled with a new kind of uncertainty. The world felt less solid, less reliable. The bedrock of my own memory had proven to be shifting sand. When I got home, the house was still quiet. I went to the backyard and looked at the small, blackened spot on the grass where I had burned the recorder. I had been so sure that act had meant something. Now I didn't know what to believe. That night as I lay in bed, I felt it. Not a hum, not a vibration, but a simple, profound sadness. It was a clean emotion, untethered from ghosts or frequencies. It was the sadness for 7 lives ended too soon. It was the sadness for the man I was before the explosion, the one who believed the world was a safe and predictable place. And it was the sadness for the man I had become, who would always carry the weight of that day, whether he was truly responsible or not. The mystery was never really about what happened in that old apartment building. It was about how I chose to live with the aftermath. I could spend the rest of my life trying to prove a truth that might not exist, or I could accept the ambiguity and find a way to move forward, not away from the past, but with it. I closed my eyes and listened to the quiet of the house. It was a neutral quiet, waiting for me to fill it with my own sounds, my own life. The hum was gone, and in its place was a space, vast and empty, and it was all mine. I took a deep breath, and for the first time, the air felt like it belonged to me. The story wasn't over. It was just beginning again on a new and quieter page. The next week, I bought a plant. It was a simple, sturdy philodendron from the grocery store, its leaves a vibrant, uncomplicated green. I placed it on the kitchen windowsill where the morning sun would hit it. It was a small thing, a gesture towards normalcy, but it felt like a declaration. I was staying. This was my space to tend, my silence to fill. I began the slow process of reassembling my life, not as the man I was before the explosion, and not as the haunted creature I had become, but as someone new. The spare room, which I had been using as a dumping ground for boxes I was too afraid to open, became my project. I unpacked them methodically, one by one. Old yearbooks, a collection of vinyl records I never played, a stack of my grandfather's old tools. Each object was just an object, stripped of the spectral weight I had been assigning to everything. I found a photograph of myself as a teenager, grinning on a beach, my arm around a friend whose name I could barely recall. I looked happy, and for a moment I felt a pang of loss for that boy, for his easy certainty. But the feeling passed, and I put the photograph in a frame on the bookshelf. It was a part of my history, not a ghost. I started taking walks in the evenings, not as a flight from the house, but as a way to claim the neighborhood as my own. I learned the patterns of my neighbors, the woman who gardened every evening at 6, the family whose children played in the sprinkler on weekends. Their lives were ordinary, and their ordinariness was a comfort. I did not try to befriend them. I was not ready for that, but I nodded hello, and they nodded back. It was enough. One afternoon, I was cleaning out the hall closet and found a single stray battery, the same size as the one that had powered the tape recorder. I held it in my palm, its potential energy a faint, metallic buzz against my skin. For a moment, I felt a cold trickle of fear, the old pattern trying to reassert itself. I could almost hear the hum waiting to begin again. I walked outside and threw the battery into the trash bin. The lid closed with a definitive plastic thud. The act was simple, final. The hum did not return. Weeks turned into months. The philodendron grew, sending out a new heart-shaped leaf. I painted the spare room a soft, pale gray. I even hung a bird feeder outside the kitchen window and found a strange, quiet joy in watching the sparrows and finches bicker over the seeds. My life was not loud or exciting. It was built on small, deliberate actions. It was a life of maintenance, of careful repair. The guilt was still there, but its shape had changed. It was no longer a sharp, accusing voice. It was more like a deep, old bruise, one that ached in certain kinds of weather. I had learned to live with the ache. It was a reminder, not a sentence. One evening, I was sitting on my porch, watching the fireflies blink in the gathering dusk. The air was warm and carried the scent of cut grass. I felt a sense of peace, not the frantic, temporary relief I had known before, but a settled, quiet acceptance. The past was a country I had left, and while I could never truly return, I no longer had to live at its border. The mystery of me was not a puzzle to be solved. It was a story to be lived, one day at a time. The silence in the house was no longer a shared space. It was mine alone, and for the first time I found I did not mind the company. The hum was gone, and in its place was the sound of my own heartbeat, a steady, reliable rhythm in the quiet dark. It was a sound I was learning to trust. It was the sound of a life moving forward. The story was never about the ending. It was about the continuing. And I was finally ready to turn the page. The next chapter was unwritten, and it was mine to fill. The quiet was not an emptiness anymore. It was a canvas, and I was finally, tentatively picking up the brush. The only ghost left was the memory of one, and even that was fading like a scar that had finally, mercifully begun to heal. The night deepened, and I went inside, closing the door behind me. The lock clicked shut, a simple, mechanical sound. It was not a barrier against the world, but a boundary for my own peace. And that was all I needed. The house was quiet, I was quiet, and for now that was everything. The hum was a memory, and the future was a blank page waiting. I was ready to see what came next. The silence was no longer a threat, it was a promise, and I was finally learning to listen to what it had to say. It had been a long time coming, but I was home. The following Saturday, I woke to the sound of rain, a soft, steady patter against the roof. It was a normal sound, a comforting one. I made my coffee and sat at the kitchen table, watching the water stream down the window pane, blurring the world outside. The philodendron on the sill seemed to appreciate it, its leaves a deeper green against the gray day. I had been avoiding the news, both local and national, for years. The noise of the world felt like too much. But that morning I opened the newspaper I had started having delivered. It was a small step, a re-engagement. I skimmed the headlines, my eyes glazing over politics and economic reports, until a small article in the community section caught my eye. It was about a new community garden being planned in a neglected lot a few blocks away. They were looking for volunteers to help clear the land and build the raised beds. The organizer's name and number were listed at the bottom. I read the article twice, the newsprint smudging under my thumb. An hour later, I was still sitting there, the rain still falling. The idea of going outside, of meeting people, of putting my hands in the dirt was terrifying. It was the exact opposite of everything I had been doing. It was an opening. I picked up the phone, my hand only slightly unsteady. I dialed the number. A woman answered, her voice bright and efficient. I told her I was interested in volunteering. She didn't ask for my story, didn't probe for my motivations. She just gave me the time and place for the first work day and thanked me for calling. I hung up and the silence in the house felt different again. It was an attentive silence, a listening one. I was not just maintaining anymore, I was building. The guilt was still a part of me, the bruise still tender, but it was no longer the foundation. The foundation was this quiet house, this simple kitchen, this decision to plant something new. The rain began to lighten and a pale, watery sun broke through the clouds. I looked at my reflection in the window, superimposed over the dripping garden. The face looking back was older, the lines around the eyes deeper than I remembered, but the eyes themselves were clear. They were not searching the air for phantoms, they were just looking out at the rain. I had spent so long trapped in the echo of a single, terrible moment. Now I was stepping out of the echo and into the sound of my own life. It was not a loud life, it was a quiet one, but it was mine. The hum was gone, and in its place was the steady, patient rhythm of the rain, and beneath that the even more steady rhythm of a heart that was, against all odds, still beating. The next page was waiting. I got up to get a pen. The following Saturday, I put on an old pair of jeans and a worn-out jacket. The air was still damp from the week's rain, and the sky was a clean, pale blue. The lot was easy to find, a square of weeds and rubble tucked between two brick buildings. A small group of people were already there, clustered around a woman with a clipboard who I assumed was Marie from the phone. I hung back for a moment, my old instincts screaming at me to turn around, to go home to the safety of my quiet kitchen. But then Marie saw me and waved, her smile genuine and uncomplicated. I walked over, the gravel crunching under my boots. "You must be the one who called," she said, and I simply nodded. She handed me a pair of work gloves and pointed me toward a pile of lumber. "We're building the first raised bed. Just follow Henry's lead." Henry was an older man with kind eyes and rough, capable hands. He showed me how to measure and mark the wood, how to hold the hammer so I wouldn't bruise my thumb. The work was physical, simple. The strain in my muscles was a welcome distraction from the noise in my head. As we worked, we talked in short, easy sentences about the weather, the best kind of soil, the types of vegetables we might plant. No one asked me why I was there. No one asked what I did for a living or where I was from. We were just a group of people building something together. The sun warmed my back, and for the first time in a long time, I felt the simple pleasure of being outside, of being a body among other bodies. At one point, while I was holding a board steady for Henry, a memory surfaced, unbidden. It was of Alastair Finch, not as a specter or a whisper, but as a man. I remembered the way he had tightened a bolt on my kitchen faucet months before the explosion, his hands swift and sure. He had been a competent man. The memory was just a memory. It held no charge, no hidden message. It was a piece of the past, and I let it sit there, neither clinging to it nor pushing it away. By the end of the day, the raised bed was built and filled with dark, rich soil. It stood solid and square in the middle of the lot, a promise of things to come. My body ached and my hands were sore, but I felt a tired satisfaction that was entirely new. Marie came over as I was packing up my tools. "We'll be here again next Saturday," she said. "We could use the help." "I'll be here," I said, and I knew it was true. Walking home, the evening air felt different. The world seemed larger, full of ordinary possibilities. When I stepped back into my house, the silence greeted me like an old friend. It was the same silence, but I was different. I had brought the outside in with me, the smell of fresh earth and the memory of shared labor. I took a long shower, the hot water soothing my tired muscles. Later, as I sat in my living room, I didn't feel the oppressive weight of my own company. I felt the quiet hum of a day well spent. The ghost was gone, the guilt was integrated, and the future was no longer a blank page to be feared, but a garden to be tended, one Saturday at a time. The story was continuing, and for the first time I was eager to see what would grow. The soil under my fingernails felt like a badge of honor, a tangible connection to something real and growing. Each Saturday became an anchor in my week, a day where my hands were busy and my mind could rest. I learned the names of the other volunteers: Henry, with his endless patience, Marie with her boundless energy, and a younger woman named Chloe who had a knack for knowing exactly which plants would thrive where. We were a quiet tribe, united by the simple goal of making something beautiful from a patch of weeds. One afternoon, as we were planting tomato seedlings, Chloe pointed out a robin pulling a worm from the soil. "Look," she said, her voice soft, "life just keeps going." It was a simple observation, but it struck me deeply. I had been so focused on the past, on the rupture, that I had forgotten the relentless forward march of life. The garden was teaching me that. Weeks turned into months, and the lot transformed. Green shoots pushed through the dark earth, and soon we were harvesting lettuce, cucumbers, and beans. We started a small compost bin in the corner, and I found a strange satisfaction in turning the scraps, watching them break down into something useful. It felt like a metaphor I could finally understand. At home, the silence had become a comfortable companion. I started reading again, books I had loved in my youth, and I even bought a small radio for the kitchen, tuning it to a station that played old jazz. The music didn't fill the silence, it danced with it. I was no longer afraid of the quiet spaces between the notes. I thought about Alistair less often, and when I did, it was with a sadness that was clean, without the sharp edges of guilt. The newspaper article had done its work. It had given me permission to doubt my own narrative, to accept that some mysteries are never solved, and that was okay. The truth was, I would never know exactly what happened that day, but I could choose how to carry the weight of it. One evening, Marie called to ask if I would help with a weekend workshop for kids from the local community center. My first instinct was to say no, to retreat into my solitude, but I heard myself saying yes. The following Saturday, a group of children descended upon the garden, their energy and noise a stark contrast to our usual quiet diligence. I showed them how to plant sunflower seeds, their small hands carefully pressing the soil. One little boy, his face smudged with dirt, looked up at me and said, "Will it really grow this big?" pointing to a picture on the seed packet. I told him it would if we took care of it. His smile was a sudden, bright thing in the afternoon sun. Driving home that day, I realized I was smiling too. The house welcomed me back, but it no longer felt like a refuge from the world. It felt like a base camp, a place to rest before venturing out again. I had spent so long defined by a single moment of tragedy, but now I was being defined by a series of small, cumulative moments of connection. The grief was still there, but it had been joined by other things: curiosity, a sense of purpose, even glimmers of joy. The seasons turned and the garden prepared for its winter rest. We covered the beds with straw and said our goodbyes until spring. On my way home, I stopped at the store and bought a blank notebook. That night, I sat at my kitchen table and opened it. I didn't write about the explosion or the guilt. I wrote about the garden. I described the feel of the soil, the taste of the first tomato, the sound of Chloe's laughter. I wrote about the children and their sunflowers. I was recording a different kind of history, one I was choosing to create. The hum was a distant memory, a ghost of a sound from another life. The silence in my house was now filled with the echoes of my days, the simple sounds of a life being lived. I looked out the window at the darkening sky. The future was still unwritten, but I was no longer afraid to pick up the pen. The story was continuing, and I was finally fully part of it. The pen felt unfamiliar in my hand at first, a slender weight against my calloused fingers. I put the tip to the pristine paper and began to write. The words came slowly, then more steadily, not as a torrent of confession, but as a gentle stream of observation. I wrote about the way the light fell through the kitchen window in the late afternoon, painting a long, golden rectangle on the floor. I wrote about the specific weight of a ripe tomato in my palm. I was not writing to remember, not exactly. I was writing to bear witness to my own existence, to prove to myself that I was here, now in this room, living this life. The notebook became a new kind of ritual. Each evening I would sit and fill a page or two. Some days I wrote about the garden, other days about a book I was reading or the way the rain sounded on the roof. I never wrote about the past. This notebook was for the present, a map of the territory I was now inhabiting. Winter settled in a deep and quiet cold. The garden slept under its blanket of snow, and my world contracted again to the walls of my house. But it was a different kind of contraction, a peaceful hibernation. I learned to bake bread, the rhythmic kneading of the dough a meditation. The house would fill with the rich, yeasty smell of it baking, and that smell became the new scent of home, overlaying the old memories of dust and silence. One night in late January, the doorbell rang. The sound was so foreign, so unexpected, that I froze for a moment, my pen hovering above the notebook. I couldn't remember the last time someone had come to my door unannounced. I walked to the front hall, my heart beating a little faster, a faint echo of the old anxiety. I opened the door to find Henry standing on my porch, a tuft of snow on his woolen hat. He held a cardboard box in his arms. "Hope I'm not interrupting," he said, his breath making plumes in the cold air. "Marie was clearing out her shed and found these canning jars. Thought you might have a use for them come summer." I stared at him, at the box, at the simple, staggering normality of the gesture. He was thinking ahead to summer, to a harvest we would share. He had taken the time to bring this to my door. "Thank you, Henry," I said, my voice a bit rough from disuse. "Would you like to come in? I just made coffee." He hesitated for only a second, then nodded. "Don't mind if I do." He stepped inside, stamping his boots on the mat. I took his coat and hung it up, the routine of hospitality feeling both strange and deeply familiar. We sat at the kitchen table, steam rising from our mugs. We talked about the garden, about the plans for spring, about the heavy snow. It was easy, comfortable. He didn't stay long, but his presence in my house left a different kind of silence behind when he left. It was a silence that felt lived in, shared. After he was gone, I looked around the room. It was the same room it had been an hour before, but it felt different. It felt like a home that could welcome a guest. The ghost was not just a memory now. It was being actively replaced by new living moments. I picked up my pen and opened the notebook once more. I had a new entry to make. The story was continuing, and now it was not just mine alone. It was being woven into the stories of others, a single thread in a larger, brighter tapestry. The next morning I woke with a sense of purpose that felt both new and ancient. The box of jars sat on my counter, a tangible promise of a future harvest. I found myself looking at the empty patch of yard behind my house, a space I had ignored for years. The ground was frozen hard, but in my mind's eye I saw a small plot there just for me. I could grow my own tomatoes, my own herbs. The thought was no longer daunting, it was exciting. I saw Marie at the library later that week, and I told her about my idea. Her eyes lit up. "I have extra seed catalogs," she said, rummaging in her large bag. "Take these, planning is half the fun." I took the catalogs home, their glossy pages filled with impossible reds and greens. I spent hours poring over them, making lists in the back of my notebook. The words heirloom tomato and lemon basil felt like incantations. Winter began to loosen its grip. The snow melted, revealing the muddy earth beneath. The first Saturday of the workday at the community garden felt like a homecoming. We were all a little older, a little weathered from the cold months, but the shared purpose was instantly familiar. We cleared away the winter debris, our breath still visible in the crisp air. My body remembered the motions, the satisfying ache of good work. Chloe handed me a trowel. "It's good to see you," she said, and I knew she meant it. "It's good to be seen," I replied, and the truth of the statement settled in me. I was no longer a ghost in my own life. I was a person with dirty knees and a name, a person who could be missed. That afternoon, I went to the hardware store and bought lumber, soil, and seeds. I spent the rest of the weekend building my own raised bed in the backyard. The work was solitary, but it didn't feel lonely. It felt like a continuation of the conversation I had started with the world. As I pressed the first seeds into the dark soil, I felt a profound sense of rightness. This was not an escape from the past, but an investment in the future. That night I wrote in my notebook about the cool earth under my fingers and the specific sound of a hammer driving a nail into fresh wood. I wrote about the hope that is a seed itself, small and hard and full of potential. The story was continuing, and I was not just a character in it anymore. I was its author, its gardener, its careful and devoted keeper. The quiet was no longer empty. It was full of the rustle of turning pages and the silent, determined growth of things yet to come. The first green shoots in my own backyard felt like a private miracle. I would check them every morning, my coffee mug warming my hands, watching the slender stems push upward with a determined grace I could only admire. The community garden was flourishing too, a riot of color and life that drew people from the neighborhood. We started leaving a basket of surplus vegetables on a little table by the gate with a sign that said, "Take what you need." It was always empty by the end of the day. One evening in late July, Marie called. "Some of us are going to the diner after we close up on Saturday. Would you like to join us?" The invitation was casual, but it felt significant. My first instinct was to invent an excuse to retreat to the safety of my own four walls. But I thought of the box of jars, of Henry drinking coffee at my table, of the shared silence that was no longer lonely. "I'd like that," I said. The diner was all bright lights and sticky vinyl booths. I slid in next to Chloe, across from Henry and Marie. The conversation was loud and overlapping, full of jokes about stubborn weeds and the best way to deter rabbits. I ordered a grilled cheese and listened, adding a comment here and there. It was ordinary and it was extraordinary. For an hour, I was just another person having dinner with friends. Walking home, the summer air soft on my skin, I felt a sense of belonging that was so quiet and so deep it almost felt like peace. The past was not gone, but it had finally found its proper place. It was a chapter, not the whole book. I reached my house and stood for a moment on the front step, looking at the light in the window. It was my light in my house. Inside, the silence welcomed me, but it was a silence that now held the echoes of laughter and the memory of shared meals. I picked up my notebook, but I didn't write anything. I just held it, feeling the solid weight of it in my hands. The story was continuing, and I was finally ready to live it, page by ordinary page. The following Saturday, a new volunteer showed up at the garden. He was a young man, perhaps in his early 20s, with a nervous energy that reminded me of my own first day. Marie introduced him as Liam and asked me to show him how to weed around the squash plants. I knelt down beside him, demonstrating how to loosen the soil and pull the roots without disturbing the delicate vegetables. His movements were hesitant, almost afraid. "Like this," I said, my voice calm. "It's okay if you make a mistake. They're resilient." He glanced at me, a flicker of relief in his eyes. "I've never done this before," he confessed. "Neither had I said, "not that long ago." We worked in silence for a while, the sun warm on our backs. After a time, he spoke again, his voice low. "My therapist said I should get out of the house, do something with my hands." I didn't look at him, just kept working the soil. Mine too, I said, though it wasn't entirely true. It had been a different kind of necessity for me, but the impulse was the same. The need to reconnect, to find a way back to the world through the simple, physical truth of growth. He seemed to relax after that, his weeding becoming more confident. At the end of the day, as we were washing our hands at the spigot, he said, "Thank you for not, you know." I did know, for not asking questions, for not demanding a story. I just nodded. "See you next week, Liam." Walking home, I thought about the strange, invisible threads that connect people. We were all there for different reasons, carrying different weights, but the garden accepted us without question. It asked only for our care, and in return, it gave us a place to belong. Autumn arrived, painting the leaves in fiery hues. We harvested the last of the vegetables and put the garden to bed for the winter. The lot looked bare again, but it was a peaceful bareness, a rest well earned. My own small garden had produced a handful of cherry tomatoes and a few sprigs of basil, which I had eaten with a satisfaction that was deeper than any meal I could remember. That night I opened my notebook to a fresh page. I wrote about Liam, about the circle of quiet understanding that had passed between us. I wrote about the cycle of the seasons and how endings were now just preludes to new beginnings. The story was continuing, not in a straight line, but in a spiral, always moving forward, always returning to the center with new understanding. I closed the book, the cover soft under my touch. The hum was gone, replaced by the steady, reliable rhythm of a life being lived, one season, one Saturday, one quiet moment at a time. The first frost came, etching delicate patterns on the window pane. I stood watching it with a mug of tea, feeling not the dread of winter's confinement, but a quiet appreciation for the necessary pause. The garden outside was dormant, but beneath the surface, life was waiting. I had learned that now. My notebook was nearly full, its pages filled with the ordinary details of a year I had truly inhabited. On a crisp Saturday in December, I gathered with Henry, Marie, and Chloe at the community garden for a final winter potluck. We sat on folding chairs in the tool shed, a space heater buzzing in the corner, sharing soup from thermoses. Liam was there too, looking more at ease, talking about a recipe for roasted squash he wanted to try. Marie stood up, clinking her spoon against her mug. "I just wanted to say," she began, her voice warm, "this was a good year, a really good year." Her eyes met mine, and I felt a surge of gratitude for this quiet tribe that had welcomed me without question. Afterwards, as we were bundling up to leave, Chloe handed me a small, clumsily wrapped package. "For you," she said, "open it at home." Curiosity buzzed in me all the way back. Inside my kitchen, under the warm light, I carefully untied the string. It was a new notebook, its cover a deep forest green. Tucked inside the front page was a pressed sunflower, its petals faded to a pale gold. On the first blank page, Chloe had written, "For the next chapter." I ran my fingers over the words, then over the dry, papery texture of the flower. It was a simple gift, but it felt like a profound vote of confidence. They saw me not as the person I had been, but as the person I was becoming, someone with stories yet to tell. I placed the new notebook beside the old one on my shelf. The story was continuing, and I had all the blank pages I needed to meet it. The silence in the house was deep and full, like the soil in winter, holding the promise of everything yet to grow. Story 2. The gentle hum of the refrigerator faded into the background as I wiped down the kitchen counter, the scent of lemon cleaner mixing with the evening air. Everything was in its place, the chairs tucked neatly under the table, the dishes dried and put away. But my gaze drifted to the hallway, where a sliver of light bled from beneath the closed door to the study, a room I never used. My fingers trembled slightly as I reached for the doorknob, and when I pushed it open, the air inside was stale and cold. On the desk, bathed in the glow of a forgotten lamp, lay an old camera, its lens cap off and film scattered like secrets, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something had been captured that was never meant to be seen. A metallic taste floods my mouth, a constant companion now. It has the taste of old coins, of a battery touch to the tongue. It started that evening, I think, or perhaps it was always there, a faint trace beneath the coffee and the food, and I only just noticed it. My hands are never truly clean. I wash them until the skin is raw and tight, but under my fingernails I imagine I can still see the faint, gritty shadow of developer fluid, the ghost of silver nitrate. It was my father-esque camera, a heavy, boxy thing with a leather case worn smooth in places. He liked to photograph birds, harmless, tedious shots of sparrows and starlings on telephone wires. After he was gone, I boxed it all up. The camera, the lenses, the darkroom equipment. I put the box in the study and I closed the door. I hadn't opened that door in years. The light should not have been on. The memory arrives not as a sequence, but as a sensation, a sudden vertiginous drop in my stomach. I am standing in a field. The light is flat and gray, the kind that offers no shadows. The grass is tall, brushing against my knees, wet with a dew that soaks through my trousers. I am holding the camera. It feels familiar and alien in my hands, the weight both comforting and terrible. I don't remember taking it out of the study. Another flash, a sound, not a loud one, a soft, wet crunch like stepping on a fallen piece of fruit. My own breath, sharp and startled, catching in my throat. I look down. There's a dead rabbit at my feet. Its fur is matted, its neck at an impossible angle. It must have been there already. I must have stumbled upon it. But the camera is in my hands. The viewfinder is pressed against my eye. I blink and I am back in the kitchen, staring at my reflection in the dark window over the sink. My face is pale, a smudge of a person against the blackness. The metallic taste is stronger. I run the tap and cup my hands under the cold water, drinking deeply, trying to wash it away. It doesn't work. Why was the film scattered? That detail needles me. The camera on the desk that I could almost explain. A lapse, a moment of forgetfulness, taking it out to look at it, to feel a connection to a past I barely remember. But the film was unspooled, curling across the polished wood like black licorice. Some strips were blank, others were dotted with the faint, negative ghosts of images, as if someone had been in a hurry, as if someone had been searching for a specific frame. A different memory, softer at the edges, a visit, a woman from next door. She brought over a basket of tomatoes from her garden. They were too red, too perfect, their skins taut and gleaming. We spoke in the doorway. I did not invite her in. Her eyes, a pale, watery blue, kept drifting past my shoulder, down the hall towards the study door. Was it open then? I can't recall. I only remember the intensity of her gaze, the way it felt like a physical pressure. She asked me if I ever used my father-esque things. A casual question, tossed out like a stone into a still pond. I said no, of course not. Later, after she left, I found a single, perfect tomato on the kitchen counter. I had not taken it from her. I must have, but I have no memory of my hand reaching out, of the weight of it in my palm. I threw it in the trash. The next day it was gone. The trash bag was clean, empty. I had taken it out, surely. The routine of it, but the sequence is wrong. The bag was too light. The field, I am back in the field. The light has changed. It is warmer, golden. The dead rabbit is gone, or I am looking in a different direction. I am raising the camera again. I am not looking at birds. I am pointing it towards the line of trees at the edge of the property. The lens focuses, the world sharpens into a circle of clarity, and there between the trunks is a shape, a figure, standing perfectly still. It was just a tree, a trick of the light and my own foolish sentimentality, taking that heavy, useless thing for a walk. That is the logical explanation. It has to be. But the feeling persists, a cold knot in the center of my chest. The image in the viewfinder was so clear. The figure was wearing a dark coat, it was tall, and it was watching me. I remember the pressure of my finger on the shutter release, the soft, definitive click, a sound that has since become a hook in my mind, snagging on every thought. I never developed that roll of film, I am sure of it. I packed it all away. The camera was empty when I put it in the box, I am certain. Then why was the film out? Why was it exposed to the light, ruining whatever images were trapped inside? Someone else must have done it. The woman with the tomatoes, she was in my house. She must have slipped past me into the study. She must have opened the camera, her fingers fumbling with the mechanism, letting the light pour in and bleach the secrets away. But what secrets? What did she think was there? Or did I do it myself? The thought is a sliver of ice. Perhaps I went into the study days ago. Perhaps I took the camera out. Perhaps I loaded a fresh roll of film, a habit as deep as bone, and took it with me to the field. And perhaps I saw something I was not meant to see. Or perhaps I did something I was not meant to do. The dead rabbit, the crunch under my foot, the click of the shutter. The sequence is a jumble. The field, the kitchen, the study, the doorway. The dead rabbit, the red tomatoes, the pale eyes, the dark figure between the trees. They swirl in my head, a carousel of unease. I scrub the counter again, though it is already clean. The lemon scent is cloying now, acidic. It mixes with the metallic taste, and I feel a wave of nausea. I am a rational person. I keep a clean house. I put things away. I do not wander into fields with old cameras. I do not have conversations I cannot fully recall. These are the facts I cling to, but they feel thin, insubstantial, like tissue paper. I find myself standing at the study door again. It is closed. The sliver of light is gone. I must have turned the lamp off. I don't remember doing that either. My hand rests on the cool brass of the doorknob. I do not turn it. I am afraid of what I will find. An empty desk, a camera tucked away in its box, or the same scene frozen in time, waiting for me to make sense of it. But there is no sense to be made. There is only the feeling, a conviction that has rooted itself in my gut without evidence, without a clear memory to give it form. Something was captured, something was seen. And now it is lost, dissolved in a chemical bath of light and time, leaving only this residue, this persistent, terrible knowing without knowledge. The final memory is not a memory at all, but a single, stark image burned onto the back of my eyelids. It is the last frame on the roll of film, the one I never developed. In my mind, it is perfectly clear. It is a photograph of my own kitchen window taken from outside, from the dark. And I am there in the frame, my back to the viewer, my shoulders slumped. And reflected in the glass of the window is the face of the person holding the camera. The face is mine. I stood there for a long time, my forehead pressed against the cool wood of the study door. The image of my own face, looking back at me from the dark, would not fade. It was impossible, a trick of a tired mind. But the certainty of it was a cold stone in my pocket. The need to be outside, to stand in the exact spot where that impossible photograph was taken, became a physical pull. I moved through the house, a sleepwalker, not bothering with a coat. The night air was chill, and it bit through my thin shirt as I stepped onto the damp grass. The moon was a sliver, offering little light, and the world was painted in shades of deep blue and black. I walked around the side of the house, my feet silent on the soft ground. I knew the place. It was just beneath the kitchen window where the hydrangeas grew in a tangled, leafless cluster now. I stood there, turning to face the window. The kitchen light was on, a warm yellow rectangle in the night. The room was empty. Of course it was empty. I looked down at my feet, at the dark earth, and then I saw it, not with my mind, but with my eyes. A depression in the soil, two of them, side by side, the clear imprint of shoes. Someone had stood here, recently. The edges of the impressions were still sharp, not yet blurred by rain or wind. My breath hitched. I looked from the footprints to the window and back again. The reflection, the figure with the camera. It wasn't a memory, it was a premonition or a warning, or it was happening now. A soft click sounded from behind me. I froze. It was not the click of the shutter. It was the sound of a pebble being dislodged, of a foot carefully placed on the gravel path that leads to the back garden. I did not want to turn around. I wanted to stay perfectly still, hoping that if I did not move, the thing behind me would cease to exist. The metallic taste was so strong it made my jaw ache. I could feel a presence, a density in the air at my back. It was waiting. I could hear no breathing, but I could feel a gaze on me as tangible as a hand. Slowly, against every screaming instinct, I turned. The garden was a pool of shadows. The line of trees at the far end seemed to have crept closer. For a moment, I saw nothing. Then a deeper shadow detached itself from the others. It was tall and it wore a dark coat. It stood perfectly still, just as it had in the viewfinder. It was not a tree. It began to walk toward me. There was no hurry in its step. It was a slow, deliberate advance, each footfall silent on the grass. I could not move. My feet were rooted to the spot, as much a part of the ground as the hydrangea bushes. I could only watch as the shape grew larger, blocking out more and more of the night. It stopped a dozen paces from me. The details were still obscured, but I could see the pale oval of its face. It raised an arm. In its hand was a boxy, familiar shape, my father-esque camera. It lifted the camera, the movement fluid and practiced, and pointed the lens at me. I was the bird on the wire now. I was the rabbit in the grass. The world narrowed to that single dark eye. I heard the whisper of the mechanism as the focus adjusted, and then the sound that had been haunting me, the hook in my mind, a soft, definitive click. The figure lowered the camera. It stood for a moment longer, a silhouette against the greater darkness. Then it turned and walked away, not back toward the trees, but around the front of the house toward the road. It did not look back. I stood there trembling long after the figure had vanished. The cold had seeped into my bones. When I finally found the strength to move, my legs were stiff and clumsy. I stumbled back into the house, locking the door behind me, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs. I went straight to the study. My hand did not tremble this time as I turned the knob. The door swung open. The desk was empty. The lamp was off. The camera was gone. The film was gone. There was only a faint smell of dust and nothing else. I walked to the kitchen sink and vomited, the bitter, metallic bile filling the basin. I rinsed my mouth, the water doing nothing to cleanse the taste. I looked up at my reflection in the black window. My face was a mask of fear, and for a single horrifying second I did not recognize the eyes staring back at me. They were pale and watery and blue. I stumbled back from the sink, my hand flying to my face. My fingers traced the skin beneath my eyes, expecting to feel something different, something foreign. They felt the same, but the reflection did not lie. Those were not my eyes. A dry, rasping sound escaped my throat, a laugh that was not a laugh. The pieces did not fit. They shattered and rearranged into a mosaic of pure dread. The woman with the tomatoes, her pale, watery blue eyes, they were now in my reflection. Had I always had blue eyes, I couldn't remember. I tried to picture my own face from a day ago, from a week ago, and the image was blurry, the color of the eyes indistinct. The metallic taste was a constant scream in my mouth now. I looked down at my hands. They were my hands, the same small scar on the knuckle from a childhood fall, the same freckle near the wrist. But when I held them up to the window, the reflection showed them slightly differently, the fingers longer, the posture of them more hesitant. Or was I imagining it? The foundation of my own identity was turning to sand. I had to get out. I had to find her, the neighbor, the one who brought the tomatoes. What was her name? Mrs. Ambler. The name surfaced from a deep, murky well. I never knew her first name. I ran to the front door, fumbling with the lock, and threw it open. The street was quiet and still, bathed in the sickly orange glow of the street lights. Her house was directly across from mine, a mirror image of my own, but where my garden was neat, hers was a wild, overgrown tangle. Her windows were dark. I crossed the road without looking, my bare feet slapping on the cold asphalt. I didn't bother with the path, pushing through the unruly hedges that scraped at my arms. I went straight to her front window, cupping my hands around my eyes to peer inside. The living room was a cavern of shadows. I could make out the shapes of furniture, but everything was covered in white sheets, ghostly and still. It looked like no one had lived there for years. A thick layer of dust coated the mantelpiece. This was wrong. She was just here. She brought tomatoes. I hammered on the front door, the sound unnaturally loud in the sleeping street. "Hello, Mrs. Ambler." My voice was a ragged whisper. There was no answer. I tried the knob. It was locked. Driven by a panic I could no longer contain, I ran around to the back of her house. The back door was ajar, swaying slightly in the night breeze. The wood around the lock was splintered as if forced. I pushed it open, the creak of the hinges, a long, mournful sound. The smell hit me first, not dust, but something else. Something sweet and cloying mixed with a sharp, unmistakable scent of developer fluid. The air was thick with it. I felt along the wall for a light switch, my fingers brushing against cobwebs. I found it and flipped it. The kitchen was a dark room. Red safe lights cast a bloody glow over everything. Strings were hung from wall to wall, and from them dangled photographs. Dozens of them, hundreds. They swayed gently in the draft from the open door. I stepped closer, my heart pounding in my ears. They were all my house, my kitchen window, my study door, my backyard. They were taken from angles of concealment, from behind bushes, from the line of trees. They were taken day and night, in sun and in rain, and in many of them I was there. A blurry figure washing dishes, a silhouette walking past a lit room. And then I saw the more recent ones, the field, the dead rabbit, its neck broken, its eye a dull marble. The photograph was sharp, clinical, and the next one, the figure between the trees, it was me. I was wearing my own coat, my face turned toward the camera, my expression one of confusion. She had been photographing me for a long, long time. At the far end of the room, on a large table, was an enlarger. Beneath it, a fresh sheet of photographic paper was sitting in a developing tray. An image was slowly swimming into existence in the chemical bath. I moved toward it, my legs weak. It was the photograph she had just taken. Me standing under the kitchen window, my face turned toward the camera, frozen in a rictus of terror. And my eyes, wide and staring, were my own familiar brown. The figure holding the camera was just a shadow in the composition. I heard a soft step behind me. I turned. Mrs. Ambler stood in the doorway to the hall. She was holding my father's camera. Her face was serene, but her pale blue eyes were burning with an intensity that made my blood run cold. She looked from me to the developing photograph and back to me. She smiled, a thin, terrible stretching of her lips. "You see," she said, her voice a dry rustle. "It's all about the exposure. Too much light and the image is lost forever. Too little and it never develops at all. But just the right amount." She lifted the camera, not pointing it at me, but cradling it. "Just the right amount and you can see everything. You can even see the moment one thing becomes another." She took a step toward me. "I think we got it this time. The light was perfect." I wanted to scream, to run, but I was paralyzed. I could only watch as she raised the camera again, her finger hovering over the shutter release. She wasn't looking at me through the viewfinder. She was looking at the developing tray, at the picture of my terrified face. "Now," she whispered more to herself than to me. "Now we fix it." And she pressed the button. There was no click, only a soft, whirring sound from within the camera. And in the tray, the image of my face began to darken, to curl at the edges, dissolving back into the blackness from which it came. The darkness in the tray was absolute. My face was gone. The chemical smell thickened, choking the air. Mrs. Ambler lowered the camera, a look of profound satisfaction on her face. She took a step toward the tray, her hand reaching out as if to touch the void where my image had been. I broke then, the paralysis shattered. I didn't run toward the door, I ran at her. It wasn't a thought, it was a reflex, a surge of pure animal terror. My shoulder connected with her chest, a clumsy, desperate impact. She was surprisingly light, like a bundle of dry sticks. She stumbled back with a gasp, the camera flying from her hands. It hit the floor with a sickening crack of plastic and metal. I didn't stop to see if she was hurt. I scrambled for the door, my bare feet slipping on the dusty floorboards. I burst out into the cold night air, the tang of the garden a relief from the chemical sweetness inside. I ran across the road without looking, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. I slammed my front door shut, locking it, then locking it again with the deadbolt. I leaned against the wood, gasping, my whole body trembling. The house was silent, too silent. I could still smell the developer on my clothes, in my hair. I went to the kitchen and scrubbed my hands at the sink until the skin was raw, but the metallic taste in my mouth remained, a permanent stain. I looked up, daring a glance at the window. My reflection was there, pale and wide-eyed. My own brown eyes stared back, full of a fear I recognized as mine, for now. I spent the rest of the night in the living room chair, facing the door, not sleeping. Every creak of the old house was a footstep. Every rustle of the wind was a whisper. As the first gray light of dawn filtered through the windows, a new thought, cold and clear, cut through the exhaustion. The camera, I had left it there on her floor, broken, but the film inside, had it been loaded, was there a roll in it? The film that had captured me in the garden, my face terrified, my eyes my own. What happened to a photograph when the camera was broken before the roll was finished? Was the image trapped inside, or was it lost like the others? I had to know, I had to get it back. The rational part of my mind, the part that was quickly dissolving, told me to call the police, to report a trespassing, a broken camera. But what would I say? That my neighbor, who may or may not exist, had been stalking me with my dead father's camera, that she was trying to steal my face through photography. They would not see the logic. They would see a confused woman, alone in a big house, losing her grip. The sun rose fully, casting long, ordinary shadows across the lawn. The world looked deceptively normal. I watched her house from my window. It looked abandoned again, the back door still hanging open. There was no sign of her. I gathered my courage, a thin, frayed thread. I unlocked my door and stepped outside. The morning air was crisp. I crossed the road, my steps slow and deliberate. I pushed the broken door open and stepped back into the dark room. The red lights were off. The single bare bulb in the ceiling was on, casting a harsh yellow light. The room was empty. The photographs were gone. The strings were bare. The enlarger was gone. The table was clean. The developing trays were empty and dry. The only evidence was the splintered door and the lingering, faintest trace of that sweet chemical smell. And on the floor, exactly where it had fallen, was my father's camera. I knelt down and picked it up. The body was cracked, the viewfinder a spider web of broken glass. I pressed the release to open the back. It was jammed shut. I shook it gently. There was no rattle. The film was still inside, trapped in its broken shell, a secret I could not develop, a memory I could not access, a ghost in the machine. I held the broken camera in my hands, and I knew with a certainty that settled deep into my bones that this was not the end, it was just an interruption. The development was not yet complete. I carried the broken camera back to my house, its weight a dull, dead thing in my hands. I placed it on the kitchen table and stared at it as if expecting it to speak, to explain itself. The film was in there, a coiled snake of potential images. My terrified face was on it, I was sure. The last photograph ever taken with it. I could not leave it trapped. I had to see. I needed a dark room. The thought was absurd. I had no chemicals, no enlarger, no safe lights. But I had a bathroom with no windows. I had a sink, and I had a desperate, clawing need to know what was on that roll of film. I found a screwdriver and a pair of pliers in a junk drawer. My hands were shaking, but my will was a solid, cold rod. I worked at the camera's broken body, prying at the jammed back plate. It was a violation, a clumsy autopsy. With a final, sickening crack of plastic, the back sprang open. The film canister was inside. I carefully pulled the film out, the narrow strip of plastic feeling impossibly fragile. It was fully exposed, all 36 frames advanced to the end. I held it up to the kitchen light. I could see nothing, just the dark, uniform strip of the developed negatives I remembered from my childhood. But this was undeveloped. The images were latent, invisible, locked in the emulsion. I went into the bathroom and locked the door. I taped a black trash bag over the crack under the door. I turned off the light. The darkness was absolute. I fumbled under the sink and found a plastic basin. I had no developer, no fixer. It was a hopeless, insane endeavor. But I had to try. I had read the instructions 1,000 times as a child. I could hear my father's voice explaining the process. I filled the basin with warm water. It would do nothing, but it was a ritual, a pathetic imitation of the real thing. I submerged the strip of film in the water, my fingers trembling as I fed it into the liquid. I waited in the dark, counting seconds in my head. Nothing would happen. I knew nothing would happen. Then a change, a subtle shift in the feel of the film beneath my fingers. It was becoming soft, pliable. I lifted it carefully from the water. My eyes had adjusted to the profound blackness, and I could just make out a faint, sickly green glow emanating from the plastic strip. It was not the clear, sharp negative I expected. The entire length of film was glowing with this same uniform phosphorescent light. There were no distinct images, no borders between frames. It was a single, continuous strip of eerie, greenish luminescence. I held the glowing film in my hands, and I understood. There was no picture of my terrified face. There was no picture of the rabbit or the trees or my kitchen window. There was nothing to see. Mrs. Ambler had not been capturing images. She had been erasing them. She had been using the camera to expose the film to a kind of anti-light, a darkness that consumed the image before it could ever form. The click of the shutter was not a beginning, but an end. The film in my hands was not a record. It was a void. It was the physical manifestation of the empty space where my memories should have been. The metallic taste in my mouth was the taste of that void. I let the film fall back into the water. The green glow intensified for a moment, a final, silent flash, and then it was gone. The water in the basin was perfectly clear and dark. The film had dissolved completely, leaving no trace. I turned on the light. The bathroom was just a bathroom. The water was just water. I was alone with the certainty that something had been taken from me, not just a memory, but a piece of the substance of my past, and the woman with the pale blue eyes was not finished. She was still out there, loading a new roll of film, waiting for the perfect exposure, the one that would finally fix me into nothingness. The development was continuing, and I was the photograph slowly fading in the tray. I stumbled out of the bathroom, the taste of the void now a permanent fixture on my tongue. I looked at my hands, turning them over and over. They were mine. The scar, the freckle, I repeated it like a mantra. But the mantra was losing its meaning, the words just sounds. I had to create evidence. I had to make a record she couldn't erase. I found an old instant camera in a closet, a relic from a birthday party years ago. There was a single dusty film pack inside. I loaded it with trembling hands. The click of the camera was loud and cheap, a hollow imitation of my father's Leica. I pointed it at my face in the hallway mirror and pressed the button. The motor whirred and a white square slid out. I watched it, my breath held. The image began to form, my face emerging from the chemical mist. My brown eyes were wide, my skin pale. It was me. For a moment, a desperate relief flooded me. I had proof. Then the image continued to develop. A faint gray smudge appeared over my left eye. It spread like ink in water, clouding the iris, leaching the color from it. Before my eyes, the brown faded to a pale, watery blue. I dropped the photograph as if it had burned me. It landed face up on the floor, the new blue eye staring blankly at the ceiling. A soft knock came from the front door. It was not a loud or demanding knock. It was polite, almost gentle. I knew who it was. I didn't move. I couldn't. The knocking stopped. I heard the faint rustle of something being slid under the door. It was a photograph. I forced myself to walk over and pick it up. It was a picture of this moment, me standing in my hallway looking down at the photograph I had just taken. The expression on my face was one of absolute gut-wrenching horror, and in the photograph my eyes were already blue. I looked up from the picture in my hand to the hallway mirror. The eyes in the reflection were now a perfect match for the eyes in the photograph, pale, watery, and blue. They felt cold in my sockets. The front door opened easily. She hadn't forced it. She must have had a key. Mrs. Ambler stood there holding a new camera. It was modern, digital, with a large lens. She didn't smile this time. Her expression was one of a craftsman assessing a finished piece. "It's almost done," she said, her voice calm and measured. "The fixation is the most important part. It makes the image permanent, stops it from fading." She raised the digital camera. The lens was a black, unblinking eye. "This will capture the final state for the archive." I didn't run. There was nowhere to run to. The change was inside me now, a cold tide that had reached its peak. I was the photograph. She was just the archivist. She pressed the shutter. It made no sound at all. I did not look at the screen on the back of her camera. I did not need to. I could feel the finality of the click in the very core of my being, a soft, internal shutter closing forever. Mrs. Ambler lowered the camera and gave a small, satisfied nod. She turned and walked away, leaving my front door open. I watched her cross the road, a small, neat figure moving through the morning light. She did not look back. She disappeared into the wild tangle of her garden, and I knew I would not see her again. Her work was complete. I closed the door. The house was silent, but the silence was different now. It was not waiting for anything. I walked into the living room and sat in the chair by the window. The sun was warm on my face. I tried to grasp a memory, any memory, to test the edges of this new emptiness. My father's face, the sound of his laugh, the feel of the old camera in my hands, but there was nothing there, just a smooth, cold wall where a person used to be. I looked out at the garden. I knew it was my garden. I knew the names of the tools in the shed, the pattern of the stones on the path, but these were facts, like data in a book. They held no warmth, no history. The connection was severed. After a while I stood and went to the kitchen. I was not hungry. I was not tired. I was simply existing. I saw the cracked shell of my father's camera on the table. I picked it up. It was just an object, a broken thing. I opened the trash can and dropped it inside. The sound it made was dull and final. I returned to the window. The day passed. The light changed. At dusk, I saw a flicker of movement in the trees at the edge of my property. A figure stood there, hesitant, watching the house. It was a man, I thought, though I could not see his face. He seemed to be looking for something or someone. He took a step forward out of the shadows and raised a hand as if to wave. I felt nothing, no curiosity, no fear, no recognition. He was just a shape. I turned away from the window and went upstairs. The figure in the trees did not matter. None of it mattered. I lay down on the bed and stared at the ceiling. The room was dark. I closed my eyes, my new blue eyes, and waited for nothing at all. The days in the hospital bled into one another, a monotony of white walls and soft voices. I participated in the therapies, the conversations, but it was like moving through water. The doctors used words like trauma and dissociation, but they were just sounds. The man who claimed to be my brother visited once. He had sad eyes and a familiar curve to his smile, but it sparked nothing in me. I told him he was mistaken, and he left with a quiet resignation. They eventually released me. There was no reason to keep me. I was stable, compliant, empty. A social worker drove me back to the house. It was just as I had left it, silent and still. She offered to help me settle in, but I declined. Once she was gone, I stood in the hallway, listening to the quiet. I went to the kitchen and made tea, the motions automatic. The tea tasted like nothing. I poured it down the sink. I wandered through the rooms, touching objects, a vase, a book, a curtain, but they were just things. They held no history, no meaning. In the living room, I noticed a small, rectangular box on the mantelpiece. I didn't remember it being there before. I opened it. Inside was a stack of photographs. The top one was of me, taken recently with my blue eyes. I was standing in this same room looking out the window. My expression was blank. I flipped through the others. All were of me in various rooms of the house, always with that same empty look. The last photograph was different. It was a picture of the man from the trees, my supposed brother. He was holding a camera and his face was twisted in anguish. Written on the back in a delicate script were the words, "He remembers too much." I felt a faint stirring, then a ripple in the stillness. It was not memory, but a primal urge, like an animal sensing danger. I dropped the photographs and they scattered across the floor. That night I lay in bed, but sleep would not come. The house seemed to breathe around me, its whispers just beyond hearing. I got up and went to the window. The garden was bathed in moonlight, and for a moment I thought I saw a figure moving among the trees. It was her, Mrs. Ambler, but she was different. Her form seemed to flicker like a poorly tuned television signal. She lifted a hand, and in it was not a camera, but something small and metallic that caught the light. I turned away from the window. It didn't matter. None of it mattered. I repeated this to myself, but the words felt thin, insubstantial. I went downstairs and into the kitchen. I opened a drawer and took out a knife. I held it in my hand, feeling the cool weight of the handle. I pressed the tip against my fingertip, watching as a bead of blood welled up. The pain was sharp, immediate, and for a second it was something, a point of sensation in the void. Then it was gone, and I was numb again. I wiped the blood away and put the knife back in the drawer. The next morning there was a package on the doorstep. It was wrapped in plain brown paper with no address or postmark. I brought it inside and opened it. Inside was a camera, an old Polaroid, and a note. The note said, "For you, to see what I see." I picked up the camera. It felt heavy and alive in my hands. I pointed it at the wall and pressed the button. The flash burst and a photograph slid out. I watched as it developed. It showed the wall, but as the image settled, I saw a shadowy figure standing in front of it, a figure with pale blue eyes that were not mine. It was Mrs. Ambler, but her form was transparent, like a ghost. I took another picture, this time of the empty chair. The photograph showed me sitting in it, my blue eyes staring back at myself. I tore the photograph in half, but the image remained, my face now split into two jagged pieces. I understood then that this was her gift, her way of showing me that the boundary between what was and what is had been permanently blurred. The camera was not for capturing reality, but for revealing the layers she had imposed. I heard a sound from the hallway, a soft footstep. I turned, and there she was, Mrs. Ambler, standing in the doorway. She was solid now, her pale blue eyes fixed on me. She held no camera. "It's time," she said. "The fixation is complete, but the album needs one more page." I looked at the Polaroid in my hand, and for the first time I felt a real emotion, a deep, chilling fear. My blue eyes widened, and I knew that this was not the end. It was simply the next exposure. The photograph in my hand was still developing, the colors deepening. The image of myself in the chair began to shift. The blue of the eyes in the picture swam, a drop of ink in water, and for a fleeting second they flickered back to brown, my original brown, filled with a terror so profound it was like a physical blow to my chest. A memory, sharp and unwanted, sliced through the numbness. My father, not as a vague concept, but as a man, laughing, his hand warm on my shoulder as he showed me how to adjust the aperture. The pain was unbearable. It was life. I gasped, dropping the Polaroid. Mrs. Ambler took a step into the kitchen. Her expression was no longer that of a calm archivist. There was a flicker of annoyance, the look of a technician facing an unexpected glitch. "The process is complete," she stated, her voice flat. "It's not," I whispered, my own voice sounding rusty, foreign. I could feel the two realities warring inside me, the cold, blue-eyed emptiness she had crafted, and the warm, terrified person screaming to get out. The photograph on the floor was proof. The fixation had failed. I looked past her into the hallway. The scattered photographs I had dropped earlier lay there. Among them the picture of the man, my brother, his face anguished. He remembers too much. The thought was no longer a fact, but a weapon. I took a step backward, my hand closing around the handle of the knife I had returned to the drawer. I didn't pull it out. I just held on to it, the solidity of it an anchor. Mrs. Ambler watched me, her head tilted. She seemed to be listening to a sound I couldn't hear. A minor fluctuation, it will settle. She raised her empty hand, not towards me, but towards the space between us. The air in the kitchen grew heavy, thick with the scent of chemicals and old, dry paper. The light from the window dimmed as if a cloud had passed over the sun, but the sky outside remained clear. I looked at the Polaroid on the floor. The image had stabilized again, the eyes once more a pale, placid blue. The moment of rebellion was being edited out. I felt the numbness creeping back, a cold fog threatening to smother the painful, beautiful spark of my remembered self. No. I let go of the knife and instead snatched the developing photograph from the floor. I didn't look at it. I turned and ran, not out the front door, but deeper into the house, toward the one room I had avoided since my return, my father's dark room. I slammed the door shut behind me, plunging the room into blackness. I fumbled for the lock, my heart hammering against my ribs. Outside the door, I heard her footsteps, slow and deliberate, coming down the hall. In the absolute dark, the Polaroid in my hand began to glow, not with the eerie green of the void, but with a soft, warm light. I held it up, and in its faint illumination I saw the room. It was not the clean, empty space I had left. The enlarger was back on the table. The red safe light was on, casting its bloody glow. The strings were hung with fresh, blank photographic paper waiting. The footsteps stopped outside the door. The handle turned slowly. The lock held. The photograph in my hand was still changing. In the dim red light, I watched as my blue eyes in the picture faded and the brown returned, solid and real. And then the image changed entirely. It was no longer a picture of me in the chair. It was a picture of this door from the outside taken moments ago. And standing before it, her back to the camera, was Mrs. Ambler. I heard a new sound then, a soft, mechanical click. It didn't come from outside the door. It came from the corner of the darkroom, from the old enlarger. A sheet of photographic paper slid silently into the development tray. I watched, my breath caught in my throat as an image began to appear in the chemical bath. It was the face of the man from the trees, my brother, his eyes wide not with anguish, but with a fierce and determined hope. The door handle rattled again, more forcefully this time. Mrs. Ambler was no longer the only one developing the story. The darkroom itself was waking up, and it was choosing its own subjects. I was no longer just the photograph. I was in the darkroom now, and I was not alone. The image of my brother's face swam into clarity on the paper, his eyes locking with mine from the depths of the development tray. A name surfaced in my mind, riding a wave of long-suppressed feeling. Lee. His name was Leo. Outside, the rattling at the door ceased. A profound silence fell, heavy and waiting. I could no longer feel Mrs. Ambler's presence on the other side of the wood. The only sound was the faint drip of water from the tap into the sink. I looked from the photograph in my hand to the one in the tray. They were a sequence, my escape, her pursuit, and now his arrival. The darkroom was not just showing me the present, it was predicting the immediate future. A sharp crack echoed from the front of the house, the sound of splintering wood. It was not my door, it was the front door. Heavy footsteps pounded down the hall, followed by Leo's voice, strained and desperate, calling my name. I unlocked the darkroom door and pulled it open. The hallway was dim, but I could see him standing there, his figure outlined by the daylight from the shattered front door. He held his camera like a weapon, his knuckles white. His eyes found mine, and the anguish in them was a physical force. Alara, he breathed, and the sound of my name, my real name, was a key turning in a lock deep inside me. Then I saw Mrs. Ambler. She was not in front of me, but reflected in the glass of a framed picture on the hallway wall. She stood behind Leo, her form shimmering and indistinct. She was raising her hand, and in it was the small, metallic object I had seen in the garden. It was not a camera. It was a lens, a single black disc of polished glass. "Look out," I screamed. Leo spun around, raising his own camera. He pressed the shutter release. The flash was blinding. Mrs. Ambler flinched, her form dissolving for a second into static, but she did not vanish. She solidified, and a smile touched her lips, a cold, predatory thing. "A snapshot," she said, her voice dripping with disdain. "A momentary disturbance. It cannot develop. It has no darkroom." She raised the lens. It did not capture light. It seemed to absorb it, creating a pocket of absolute shadow around it. She pointed it at Leo. I didn't think. I moved on an instinct I didn't know I possessed. I stepped between them, facing her. I had nothing in my hands, no camera, no weapon, just myself. "You already took my picture," I said, my voice steadier than I felt. "You fixed me. What more can you do?" Her pale blue eyes narrowed. "The album is never full. There is always another page, another version to correct." She shifted the lens from Leo to me. The darkness around it pulsed, reaching for me. I felt a terrible pulling sensation, a suction not at my body, but at the very essence of what I was. The brown in my eyes wavered, and the cold blue fought to reclaim its territory. But I held on to the memory of my father's laugh. I held onto the sound of my name on Leo's lips. They were not just memories, they were anchors. No, I said, the word a simple statement of fact. I heard a whirring sound from the darkroom behind me. The red safe light brightened, casting a long, bloody beam into the hallway. It fell upon Mrs. Ambler. She hissed a sound like tearing film and recoiled from the light. The shadows around her lens withered. The enlarger in the darkroom clicked again, and another sheet of paper slid into the tray. I didn't need to look to know what it was showing, her defeat. Mrs. Ambler looked from me to the darkroom, her expression one of pure, undiluted hatred. This place, it was always a stubborn negative, hard to fix. She took a step back, then another. Her form began to fade, not like a ghost, but like an image left in the sun too long, the details bleaching away. In moments, there was nothing left of her but the lingering scent of chemical fixer and a profound sense of absence. Leo rushed to my side, his hands on my shoulders. Elara, are you still you? I looked into his worried face, and I felt the last of the cold void recede. The blue was gone from my eyes for good. I could see their true brown reflected in his. The development was over. The fixation had failed. I am here, I said, and for the first time it was true. We both turned towards the darkroom. The red light was still on, an invitation. The story wasn't over, it was just beginning to develop. Leo's camera hung from his neck, and I knew with a certainty that felt like my own that we would need it. The darkroom had shown us the way. Now we had to finish the picture. Story 3. I had been sitting in the dark for hours, listening to the rain tap against the glass. But one tap was different, a sharp, singular scratch that didn't belong. The rhythm of the rain continued, but that one sound echoed in the silence that followed. I held my breath, my eyes straining to see through the wet darkness outside. The street was empty, the trees still. Minutes stretched, and the only movement was the slow crawl of a water droplet down the pane. Then I saw it, a fresh, thin line etched into the glass, right where the scratch had been. A flash of something white in the periphery, a gardenia. Its petals were too perfect, waxy and artificial under the kitchen-esque fluorescent light. Someone was saying, "It's for you." The stem was too green. I remember the color, a violent, healthy green. My fingers did not want to touch it. The smell of damp earth, not the good, clean smell after a storm. This was different, cloying. It clung to my clothes for days afterward. I found a smudge of it on my sleeve, a dark crescent under the nail of my thumb. I must have been in the garden. I don't remember going into the garden. A phrase looping in my head, "You never lock it." Was it an observation, a question, a suggestion? The tone is gone, only the words remain flat and empty. The shape of them feels wrong in my mouth. The lamp by the chair was tilted at an angle. The light pooled on the floorboards, missing the rug entirely. I am certain I did not leave it that way. I am almost certain. I straighten it now, my hand unsteady. The room looks wrong when it is correct. A sound of porcelain chinking, a cup placed too firmly into a saucer, a voice tight saying, "You are not listening." But I was listening so hard to the words underneath the words. That line on the glass, I keep running my thumb over the inside of the pane. It is smooth. From in here it is perfectly smooth. The mark is only on the outside, a message I can see but not feel. The back door was open, just a crack. The chain wasn't across. I always put the chain across. I stood there for a long time, looking at that sliver of darkness, the sound of the rain so loud. I pushed it closed. The click of the bolt was the loudest sound in the world. A laugh from another room. It was too high. It ended too abruptly. Then silence, a waiting silence. I am trying to put it in order. The flower, the laugh, the door, the mud. They are just pictures in a box, shaken and scattered. I pick one up, then another. They don't connect. There's a space between them where something else should be. The kitchen clock has a silent tick, a sweep hand that glides. I remember staring at it, watching the red needle make its perfect circle. It was at the top, then it was at the bottom. I lost a piece of time. A 5-minute slice of my life gone. What happens in 5 minutes? The rain is a curtain. It shuts the world out, or it shuts me in. I can decide which is worse. I found a button on the floor near the welcome mat. It was blue, a small 4-hole button. I don't own anything with buttons like that. I held it in my palm. It was cool. I put it in the little dish on the mantel where I keep forgotten things. Now it has gone. The dish is empty. Did I imagine the button? You worry too much. That's what I was told. My worrying is a flaw, a crack in my own foundation. Maybe they were right. Maybe the scratch was a branch. Maybe the door was never locked. Maybe the mud was from my own shoes. But the gardenia, I didn't imagine the gardenia. Its image is burned onto the back of my eyes, white petals against that violent green. I go to the window again. The line is still there. It is not random. It has a shape, a deliberate shape. It has the first part of a letter, a C or perhaps a G, the beginning of a word I don't want to read. The rain has softened now, a drizzle. The world is a blur of gray and black. Something moves at the edge of the property line, a shift in the shadows. It could be a bush. It could be the way the water distorts the light. It stands very still. I stand very still. We are watching each other through the rain and the dark and the glass. A memory sudden and sharp, a hand on my shoulder, a weight. It was meant to be comforting. I think it was meant to be comforting. My skin crawled under the touch. I didn't shrug it off. I should have shrugged it off. The smell returns, not just earth now, earth and something else, something metallic and sweet. It's in the hallway. I can smell it in the hallway. I am not safe in this house. The thought arrives fully formed, a cold stone in my gut. The locks are just metal. The walls are just wood and plaster. They are not a shield. They are a suggestion. I have been sitting in the dark for hours. I am still sitting in the dark. The rain has almost stopped. That one tap, that sharp, singular scratch, it hangs in the air between the droplets. It is the key. It is the thing I cannot forget and cannot understand. I look at the line on the glass, the beginning of a word, a message from the outside. And I understand with a certainty that makes my blood slow that it was not made from the outside at all. The sound came from out there, but the mark. The mark could only have been made from in here. My breath fogs the pain, obscuring the line, and for a moment it is gone. The fog from my breath recedes and the line reappears unchanged. My own reflection floats in the glass now, a pale ghost superimposed over the dark yard in the shifting shadow. The reflection's eyes are wide, its mouth a tight line. It looks terrified. I watch it, this version of me trapped between the inside and the outside. My feet are cold on the floorboards. I hadn't noticed the cold before. I look down and see I am standing in a small, damp patch. My socks are dark with moisture. I don't remember spilling anything. I don't remember walking through anything wet. I just stood up and walked to the window, didn't I? The shadow at the property line is gone, or it was never there. The rain has stopped completely, leaving the world dripping and hushed. The silence is a physical pressure in my ears. I turn from the window. The house feels different, smaller. The walls seem closer. The smell in the hallway is stronger now, that mix of wet soil and coppery sweetness. It leads me a trail of scent. It doesn't go to the back door. It goes toward the living room. The lamp is tilted again, the one I straightened. The light is once again a distorted oval on the floor. I don't touch it this time. I just stare at it, a cold knot tightening in my chest. There is a new picture in the scattered box of my memory. A hand, not on my shoulder, but resting on the arm of this very chair. A familiar hand with a scar across the knuckle. I know that scar, I know that hand. The memory is warm for a second, then it curdles. The hand is too still. The weight of it is all wrong. It was a performance of comfort, empty of any real feeling. I follow the smell. It leads me to the fireplace. The little dish on the mantel is still empty, but beside it, centered perfectly on the dark wood, is the blue button. It winks up at me in the low light. A small, choked sound escapes my throat. I didn't put it back. I know I didn't. I look around the room, my heart hammering against my ribs. Nothing moves. The house holds its breath. From the kitchen, a new sound, a soft, wet squelch, then another. The sound of footsteps on the tile. Someone is here. Someone is in the house with me. The steps are slow, deliberate, coming closer. I should run, I should hide, but my feet are rooted to the spot. I am caught, a specimen pinned to this moment. The footsteps stop at the living room doorway. I don't want to turn around, I don't want to see, but I have to know. I turn. The doorway is empty. The smell is overwhelming now, filling my lungs, making me dizzy. The metallic tang is like old pennies on the tongue. And then a whisper, so close it could be inside my own head, brushes against my ear. You never lock it, the voice says, and this time I remember the tone. It is not a question. It is an instruction. The words are not a memory. They are present. They hang in the air, a cold vapor. My body moves without my mind telling it to. My legs carry me past the empty doorway, down the short hall to the back door. My hand reaches out. The bolt is still thrown, a solid piece of metal in its bracket. My fingers find the small latch on the deadbolt. It is stiff. It resists for a moment, then gives with a quiet, metallic sigh. I turn it. The bolt slides back. I do not open the door. I simply stand there, my hand resting on the cool wood. I have obeyed. The silence from the living room is approval. It is worse than any sound could be. I look down at my feet. The damp patch on my socks is bigger now. It has seeped through the wool, and the cold is a dull ache. I see the trail I did not notice before, a series of faint, wet prints leading from the kitchen into the living room. They are not my shoes. They are bare feet, smaller than my own. The smell has shifted. The cloying earth and metal are fading, replaced by something else, a faint, floral scent. It is the ghost of the gardenia. I walk back to the living room, drawn by this new, terrible perfume. The lamp is straight. The light falls perfectly on the rug. The blue button is gone from the mantel. In its place, resting in the center of the little dish, is a single waxy petal from the gardenia. It is flawless, a curve of white against the porcelain. I pick it up. It feels like skin. I can feel the memory of the hand with the scar, the weight of it on the chair, the hollow comfort. I understand now that the comfort was not empty. It was a warning, a final, gentle push before the fall. I look at the window. The line on the glass is gone, not obscured, but gone as if it was never there. The pane is clean and clear. The world outside is sharp in the post-rain air. The shadow at the property line is definitively a bush, its leaves glistening. I am alone, truly alone now. The presence has finished its work and departed, leaving only its artifacts. The unlocked door, the pedal in my hand, the cold, damp feeling in my bones. It has not taken anything from me. It has left something inside me. A new picture for the box, the final one. The picture of my own hand turning the lock, following an order I did not question. I sit in the chair, the one where the hand rested. I place the white pedal on the armrest and look at the empty doorway. I wait for the rain to start again. I wait for the next tap on the glass. But I know with a certainty that is both terrible and peaceful that the next scratch will be from the inside, and I will be the one making it. I sit for a long time watching the pedal on the armrest. It does not wilt. It remains perfect, a stark white against the dark fabric. The house is silent, but it is a different silence now. It is not empty, it is full of my own breathing, the slow beat of my heart. I think about the scratch on the glass, how it was made from the inside. My fingers twitch with the memory of it, though I have no memory of doing it. I rise from the chair, my body feels heavy, as if moving through water. I walk to the window. The glass is clean, but I know what I must do. I lift my hand, my index finger extended. I press it against the cool, smooth surface. I drag it slowly, deliberately across the pane. The sound is faint, a dry whisper, but it echoes in the quiet room. I look at the mark I have made. It is a line just like before, but this time I see it form. It is my mark. A shudder runs through me, not of fear, but of recognition. This is what was meant to happen. I am part of this now. I turn from the window and look at the unlocked door. I know I should lock it, but I don't. Instead, I walk towards it. I place my hand on the knob. It is cold. I open the door. The night air washes over me, damp and chill. The garden is there, dark and inviting. The smell of wet earth is strong, but it is natural now, not cloying. I step outside. The grass is wet under my bare feet. I feel the mud between my toes. I walk towards the property line, towards the bush that was once a shadow. As I get closer, I see it clearly. It is a gardenia bush laden with white flowers. I reach out and touch one. It is real, not waxy or artificial. I pick a flower and hold it in my hand. I look back at the house. The light from the window casts a yellow glow on the lawn. I see my reflection in the glass, but it is not me. It is someone else, someone with a familiar face, but I can't place it. The reflection smiles, a slow, deliberate smile. Then it turns and walks away into the darkness of the house. I stand there holding the gardenia. I know I should go back inside, but I don't want to. The house is no longer my own. It belongs to that other me, the one who makes scratches from the inside. I drop the flower and walk away into the night, leaving the door open behind me. The damp air clings to my skin, and the only sound is the squelch of my feet in the mud. I don't look back. I don't need to. I know what I left behind, and I know it will be there waiting, always waiting for my return. The road under my feet was not paved. It was soft earth churned to mud by the recent rain. I did not remember the road being mud. I did not remember a road at all. The trees here were too close, their branches weaving a canopy that blotted out the moon. The house was gone, swallowed by the darkness behind me. There was only the mud, the trees, and the cold. A light flickered between the trunks, not the warm yellow of a house, but a cool, wavering white. It was familiar. I walked towards it, my feet making no sound in the sucking mud. As I got closer, I saw it was a single gardenia, glowing with its own internal light. It was perched on a stump, perfect and alone. I heard the scratch then, not on glass but on wood, a slow, deliberate drag of a fingernail across the bark of a tree beside me. I turned my head. The line was there, fresh and deep. It was the same mark, the beginning of the same word. Ahead, the trees thinned. I saw a structure, a small shed with its door hanging open. Inside, a single bare bulb swung on a cord, casting moving shadows. I knew I had to go in. This was the destination. This was where the trail ended. The shed smelled of old gasoline and that same metallic sweetness. Tools hung on the walls, covered in a fine layer of dust, and in the center of the floor, lying on a stained piece of canvas, was a trowel. Its blade was caked with dark, damp earth. I knelt down and picked it up. The handle fit my hand as if it had been made for me. The memory came then not as a picture, but as a full sensory flood. The weight of the trowel in my grip, the resistance of the soil, the scent of gardenias thick in the air, the look on a face I knew, a face now smeared with mud and something else. It was not a memory of fear, but of purpose, a grim, necessary purpose. I had not been a victim in the house. I had been a custodian, a gardener tending to a terrible, buried thing. The swinging bulb made the shadows dance. One of the shadows did not move with the others. It was tall and thin, and it stood in the doorway watching me. I did not look up. I did not need to. I knew it was the reflection from the window, the other me, the one who stayed behind. It was not a separate entity. It was the part of me that remembered the digging, the part that could turn the lock and make the scratch. I stood, the trowel still in my hand. The shadow in the doorway remained, a silent sentinel. I understood our arrangement now. It would tend to the house, to the memories that needed to be contained within those walls. And I would tend to the garden, to the truth that was buried out here in the dark, wet earth. I stepped out of the shed. The shadow was gone. The gardenia on the stump had wilted, its petals now brown and curled. I looked down at the trowel in my hand, then towards the deeper darkness of the woods. There was more work to do. The rain began again, a soft, steady patter on the leaves, washing the mud from my feet as I walked. The mud was thicker here, a clinging black paste that pulled at my boots. Each step was an effort, a small battle against the earth's grip. The trowel felt like an extension of my arm, its weight a comfort and a condemnation. I did not need to look for the spot. My body knew the way, my feet finding a path that my eyes could not see in the deep gloom. I stopped at the base of a large oak, its roots knotted and exposed like the veins of some buried giant. This was the place. The air was still and cold, and the metallic smell was so strong it coated the back of my throat. I knelt, the wet ground soaking through the knees of my trousers. I did not hesitate. I drove the trowel into the earth. The work was methodical, scoop, lift, toss. The rhythm of it was a dull chant in my mind, drowning out the voice that asked what I was doing, why I was here. The hole deepened quickly, the pile of dark soil growing beside me. My breath fogged in the air, each exhale a small ghost. The trowel struck something that was not a root or a stone. It was a soft, yielding resistance, followed by a faint, damp tear. I stopped. I carefully scraped the soil away with my hands, my fingers numb with cold. The thing I uncovered was a bundle of cloth, once blue, now stained almost black with damp and something else. I knew this cloth. I remembered the buttons. My fingers traced the outline of the missing one, the empty threads where it had been. I did not unwrap the bundle. I did not need to. The shape of it, the size of it, told me everything. The gardenia, the laugh, the small, bare footprints, they were all pieces that fit now. The final picture was here in this hole. A sense of completion settled over me, heavy and final. This was the truth I had buried, the thing the house could not contain. The other me, the one in the window, had known. It had guided me here to remember, to finish the job. I began to push the soil back into the hole, covering the blue cloth, covering the truth. The mud was eager to take it, swallowing the evidence back into its dark belly. When the hole was filled, I patted the earth flat with the back of the trowel. Then I stood, my body aching, my soul weary. I looked towards the house. It was invisible behind the wall of trees, but I could feel it there, waiting. The one in the window would be there, standing guard. We had an understanding now. I had my garden to tend, and it had its house to keep. I turned my back on both and walked deeper into the woods, the trowel still in my hand, the smell of wet earth and gardenias clinging to me like a shroud. The button was still in my pocket. I could feel its cool, smooth shape against my leg, a small, forgotten thing. The button felt heavier now, a lead weight sewn into the lining of my pocket. My fingers were dirty, the nails packed with dark soil. I looked at them, and for a moment I saw a different hand, a smaller hand with clean, trimmed nails. The image flickered and was gone. I did not want to go back to the house, but my feet were carrying me there anyway. The path through the woods was clearer now, as if my nightly walks had worn it into being. The house appeared between the trees, its windows dark. The back door was still open, a black rectangle in the gray light of pre-dawn. I stepped inside. The air was stale and cold. Everything was as I had left it, yet completely different. The living room was a still life of a life interrupted. The chair, the mantel, the petal, it was all a stage set. I walked to the sink and turned on the tap. The water ran brown for a moment before clearing. I washed my hands, watching the dirt swirl down the drain. The water was ice cold, but I didn't feel it. I went to the living room and sat in the chair. The white petal was still on the armrest. I picked it up. It was dry and brittle now, and it crumbled to dust between my fingers. I let the dust fall onto the floor. From the hallway I heard a faint, rhythmic sound. A soft, dry scrape. I knew what it was. I didn't need to look. It was the sound of the other me, the one who lived in the reflections, sharpening a trowel on a stone. It was the sound of preparation. The garden was not yet complete. There were more truths to unearth, more bundles to bury. The work was never done. It was only ever waiting for the rain to stop and the moon to set. I closed my eyes and listened to the scraping, a lullaby for the damned. The scraping stopped. The silence that followed was not empty but expectant. I opened my eyes. The first gray light of morning was filtering through the window, softening the edges of the room. I looked at the line I had scratched on the glass. It seemed darker now, more permanent, as if the night had seeped into the groove. I stood and walked to the kitchen. My body moved with a strange, automatic grace. On the counter next to the sink lay the trowel. It was clean, the metal blade gleaming faintly, the handle smooth and dry. I had not cleaned it. I picked it up. The weight was a promise. I went out the back door, leaving it open behind me. The garden was quiet, the air fresh with the scent of rain and decay. I walked past the gardenia bush, its flowers already beginning to brown at the edges, and into the woods. The path was a familiar scar in the earth. I did not need to think about where I was going. My feet knew the way to the next place, the next patch of disturbed soil that needed tending. The button in my pocket tapped a gentle rhythm against my leg with each step, a tiny heartbeat keeping time with my own. It was not a reminder of what was lost, but a tool for what was to come. The work was waiting. The earth was softer here near the creek bed. The recent rains had made it loose and greedy. I did not need to mark the spot. A faint depression in the ground, a slight sinking of the turf, was all the sign I needed. I knelt, the damp immediately soaking through my trousers, and began to dig. The trowel moved with a mind of its own, its blade slicing through roots and soil with practiced ease. The smell was different here, less of metal and more of rot, a sweet, cloying decay that made my eyes water. I dug until the hole was deep enough, until my arm ached with a familiar strain. The bundle was wrapped in a plastic tablecloth, the kind with a faded floral pattern. The plastic was brittle and tore as I touched it, revealing a mass of dark hair and the pale curve of a shoulder. I did not flinch. I felt nothing but a dull, hollow ache. I rewrapped the bundle carefully, tucking the plastic back into place. This was not for me to uncover. This was for me to rebury. I pushed the soil back into the hole, my movements slow and deliberate. I packed it down with my hands, then with my feet, stamping until the ground was firm and level. The work was done for now. I walked back to the house as the sun finally broke above the trees. The open door was a waiting mouth. Inside, the air was warm and still. On the kitchen table, a fresh gardenia floated in a bowl of water. Its scent filled the room. I picked up the trowel from where I had left it by the door and washed it in the sink. I dried it with a cloth and hung it on its hook on the wall. Then I sat at the table and looked at the flower. I understood. The digging was only one part of the ritual. The remembering was the other. The house provided the reminders, the gardenias, the whispers, the scratches on the glass. They were not threats. They were invitations to remember, to tend to the garden I had planted. I reached into my pocket and took out the blue button. I rolled it between my thumb and forefinger, feeling its smooth, cold surface. Then I placed it carefully beside the bowl. It was right that it should be here with the other offerings. I am the gardener. This is my house. These are my ghosts. And when the rain comes again, I will be ready to go back into the woods, trowel in hand, to continue my work. The The button winks at me in the morning light, a tiny blue eye. It knows, I know. The garden is always growing. The sun climbed higher, bleaching the color from the room. I sat at the table until the light moved away from the bowl and the button was just a dull blue shape in the shadows. The house was quiet, but it was my quiet now. I owned the silence as much as I owned the trowel on the wall. I stood and went to the window. The scratch was still there, a pale scar on the glass. I pressed my finger to it, tracing its length. It felt like my own signature. Outside, the gardenia bush swayed in a gentle breeze, and for a moment I saw not a bush, but a figure, a woman in a white dress, her back to me. Then the breeze stilled, and it was just a plant again. I turned from the window. My work in the woods was done for now, but the house required its own maintenance. I walked to the hallway and began to run my hand along the wall, feeling the texture of the wallpaper. Halfway down, my fingers caught on a slight tear. I peeled it back carefully. Tucked behind the paper was a small, dried gardenia petal, brittle and brown. I left it there. It was supposed to be found. Later, as I was sweeping the kitchen floor, the bristles of the broom caught on a loose floorboard near the stove. I knelt and pried it up with my fingernails. In the cavity below lay a single, small, white child's shoe, caked in dried mud. I picked it up. It was light as a bone. I held it for a long time, feeling the shape of it in my palm. Then I placed it back in the darkness and fitted the board into place, tamping it down with my fist. This is how we live now, the house and I. It shows me its secrets, and I acknowledge them. I do not run, I do not hide. The fear is an old coat I no longer wear. That night, as I prepared for bed, I emptied my pockets. The usual bits of dirt and leaf litter fell into the trash, but then something else clattered onto the dresser. A button, not the blue one. This one was white, from a different garment entirely. I picked it up. The memory was faint, a whisper of starch and perfume, a different day, a different hole dug. I placed the white button next to the blue one on the kitchen table. The collection was growing. I looked at the trowel hanging on its hook. It seemed to gleam in the moonlight. The garden is always growing. And so am I. The next morning, the white button was gone from the table. In its place was a single, fresh gardenia petal, dewy and perfect. I was not surprised. The house gives and the house takes away. I picked up the petal and held it to my nose, inhaling its cloying sweetness, then placed it back beside the blue button. An offering for an offering. My pockets felt empty without the new weight of a discovered object. I found my hands itching for the feel of the trowel, for the solid, simple work of digging. The woods called to me, a silent, magnetic pull, but I knew I had to wait. The house was not finished with me yet. I spent the day in a kind of quiet maintenance, dusting surfaces that did not need it, wiping down windows already clean. I was waiting for a sign, for the next nudge. It came as the afternoon light began to slant. I was in the pantry reaching for a can of soup when my elbow knocked a box of old light bulbs from a high shelf. It crashed to the floor, but there was no sound of breaking glass, only a soft, heavy thud. Among the unbroken bulbs lay a small, leather-bound book. It was not a diary I recognized. The leather was worn and stained with what looked like water or tears. I picked it up and carried it to the table. The blue button seemed to watch me as I opened the cover. The pages were filled with my own handwriting, but from a time I could not recall. Not stories, not memories, but lists, dates, initials, and beside each entry a small, carefully drawn map of the woods with an X marking a spot. I turned the pages, my heart a cold, hard stone in my chest. There were so many X's. I did not need to go to the shed for the trowel. I already held it in my hand, though I could not remember picking it up. The weight was a comfort. The button on the table, the book of maps, they were not accusations. They were assignments. The garden was vast. The work was never done. I walked out the door and into the waiting trees, the book heavy in my pocket, a new map already forming in my mind. The map for the first entry was simple, a cluster of 3 pines forming a rough triangle. I knew the place. It was not far from the oak with the knotted roots. The earth there was hard-packed, resistant. The trowel bit into it with a sound like a gasp. I worked steadily, the rhythm of the dig pushing all other thoughts from my mind. There was only the hole, the soil, the goal. What I uncovered was not cloth but metal, a small hinged box rusted shut. I pried it open with the tip of the trowel. Inside, nestled on a bed of rotted velvet, was a ring, a simple silver band. I picked it up. It was cold. The memory this time was not a flood, but a slow, chilling trickle. A hand outstretched, not in anger, but in offering. A smile that did not reach the eyes. The feeling of cold metal sliding onto a finger that was not my own. I closed the box and buried it again, deeper this time. The ring was a different kind of truth. A seed of a story I was not ready to let sprout. As I filled the hole, I felt the house watching me from between the trees. It was pleased. I was learning. Back in the kitchen, I did not place the ring with the buttons. Some truths are not for display. I slipped it into my pocket, a new, cold weight to carry. The ledger of maps lay on the table, open to the next page. The initial here was J. The map showed a place near the creek, where the water curved like a question mark. The trowel was dirty again. I took it to the sink and began to clean it, the water turning brown as it swirled down the drain. I looked at my reflection in the window, darkened by the night outside. The other me was there, just behind my own eyes. We were not two anymore, but one single, continuous line. The gardener and the garden, the keeper and the kept. The work was waiting, and I was ready. The creek whispered as I approached, a low, constant murmur beneath the sound of the wind in the trees. The water was high from the rain, brown and swift. The map was accurate. I found the curve of the question mark easily, a place where the bank dipped into a shallow, muddy inlet. I did not need to dig. The recent rains had done the work for me, eroding the bank and exposing a corner of something pale. It was a length of satin ribbon, once white, now the color of old bones. It was tied in a small, neat bow. As I pulled it from the mud, it came loose in my hand, the knot disintegrating after all this time. The feel of it, slick and cold, brought no specific image, only a wave of profound sadness that left me breathless. It was a sadness I had buried too, just as deep as the rest. I did not rebury the ribbon. I let the creek take it, dropping it into the current. It swirled for a moment, a pale tongue in the dark water, and then it was gone, carried away to some other secret place. This truth did not need to be put back. It needed to be released. Walking back, the ledger in my pocket felt different, lighter somehow. I understood now that the initials were not just random marks. They were roll call, and the maps were not just locations. They were chapters. When I reached the house, I went straight to the table and opened the book. I turned past the first few entries, my eyes scanning the pages until I found what I was unconsciously looking for, my own initial. The map was of the backyard near the foundation, right below my bedroom window. The trowel was in my hand. The night was cold and clear. I walked to the spot and knelt. The digging was easy here, the soil loose from years of being turned for flowers that would never bloom. I did not have to dig deep. My trowel struck a metal box, much like the one from the woods, but smaller, a jewelry box. I lifted it out and opened it. Inside, on a bed of faded velvet, was a single baby tooth. A memory, sharp and clear as broken glass, finally came. Not of digging, but of holding, of a small, warm weight in my arms and a laugh that was not a shadow, but a bright, real sound. The memory was a gift and a punishment. I closed the box. I did not bury it again. I carried it inside and placed it on the table next to the blue button. Some truths deserve to see the light, even the dim, forgiving light of this house. The gardener must tend to all of it, the beautiful and the terrible. The trowel felt light in my hand as I hung it on its hook, ready for the next chapter, the next truth waiting in the silent, patient earth. The box with the tooth sat on the table for a week. The blue button was gone one morning, replaced by a sprig of lavender. I did not question the exchange. The house was breathing around me, a slow, tidal rhythm of giving and taking. The ledger remained open to the page with my initial, but I felt no urge to dig there again. That truth was now above ground. The memories began to come more frequently, not as violent intrusions, but as quiet guests. I would be washing a dish and feel the phantom weight of a small body on my hip. I would hear a lullaby in the groan of the floorboards. The face in the window was my own face now, not a stranger's, and its expression was no longer one of warning, but of a deep, shared grief. One afternoon, I found myself standing before the hallway mirror, a thing I had avoided for years. I looked at my reflection, really looked. The lines on my face were not just lines, they were the map of this place etched into my skin. The gray in my hair was the color of the morning mist over the creek, and my eyes held the same quiet darkness as the soil in the woods. I reached out and touched the cool glass. The reflection did the same. Our fingertips met, and for a moment the barrier between us vanished. I was not looking at a reflection. I was looking at the woman who had done all these things, who had buried the secrets and worn the grief like a shroud, and I understood. She was not a monster. She was just a woman who had loved and lost and could not bear the weight of the truth alone. So she had planted a garden of memories, both terrible and tender, and she had become its keeper. I lowered my hand. The reflection was just a reflection again, but something had settled inside me, a final heavy stone dropping into place. The work was not about burying or unearthing anymore. It was about tending. The gardenias by the door needed water. The scratches on the window needed to be left alone, a testament to the struggle. The ledger on the table needed to be closed. I walked to the table and shut the book. The cover felt smooth and final under my palm. I picked up the little metal box with the tooth and carried it upstairs to my bedroom. I placed it on the dresser next to a hairbrush. It looked like it belonged there. That night I slept deeply, dreamlessly. When I woke, the sun was high. I went downstairs and made tea. The trowel was still on its hook, a dark spot of rust blooming on its blade. It did not gleam anymore. It was just a tool resting. I knew I would not need it again. The garden was complete. Its roots were deep, its stories told. I am the gardener, and this is my house. And the silence is no longer empty, but full. The fullness of the silence was a palpable thing, a presence that hummed just below the threshold of hearing. I finished my tea and washed the cup, watching the water spiral down the drain. The mundane actions felt different now, infused with a sense of purpose that needed no explanation. I dried the cup and put it away, then walked to the back door and looked out at the garden. The gardenias were in full bloom, their white petals glowing against the dark green leaves. I did not see ghosts anymore. I saw the history of the land, the memories that had been woven into the very soil. I decided to plant something new, not to bury, but to grow. In the shed, I found a packet of sunflower seeds forgotten on a shelf behind old pots. I took them in a small hand shovel, not the trowel, and went to a sunny patch near the wood's edge. The earth was soft and welcoming. I dug small holes and dropped in the seeds, covering them gently. It was a simple act, but it felt like a promise to the future. As I worked, a breeze stirred the trees, and I heard the distant sound of children laughing. I did not turn to look. I knew it was not real, not in the way that matters, but it was a part of the silence that was now full. I smiled and pressed the soil down over the last seed. Back inside, the house felt lighter. The air was clean and fresh, carrying the scent of the gardenias through the open windows. I sat in the rocking chair by the fireplace and closed my eyes. The memories came, but they were no longer painful. They were just stories, like pages in a book I had finally finished reading. I rocked slowly, listening to the creak of the floorboards, a sound that was as familiar as my own heartbeat. Later, I found myself humming a tune, an old lullaby I had not remembered in years. The words came back to me easily, and I sang them softly into the quiet room. The house seemed to listen, absorbing the sound into its walls. I knew then that I was not just the gardener, I was also the song, and the garden with all its secrets was finally at rest. The days began to blend into one another, not in a monotonous way, but like the gentle overlapping of waves on a shore. I tended to the sunflowers as they sprouted, their green shoots reaching for the sky with a determination that felt familiar. The house no longer whispered secrets. Instead, it seemed to breathe in time with me, its old bones settling into a comfortable silence. One evening, as I was cutting a few gardenias for the kitchen table, I noticed a new scratch on the door frame low down near the floor. It was fresh, but it didn't alarm me. I ran my fingers over the mark, feeling the rough texture of the wood. It was just another part of the story, a reminder that life, even in its quietest moments, leaves traces. I left it there, unvarnished and honest. The ledger remained closed on the table, but I didn't put it away. It had become a fixture, like the bowl for the gardenias. Sometimes I would open it and trace the maps with my finger, not with a sense of duty, but with a quiet reverence for the journeys they represented. The initials were no longer cryptic. They were old friends, their stories now woven into the fabric of my own. I started painting again. I found an old set of watercolors in the attic, their pigments dried and cracked. I spent afternoons mixing new colors, trying to capture the light as it filtered through the trees or the way the gardenias looked in the early morning dew. My first painting was of the creek. The water curved like that question mark, but now it seemed to hold an answer, one I didn't need to speak aloud. The white button reappeared one day, nestled in the soil of a potted plant on the windowsill. I didn't move it. It looked right there among the roots and the damp earth. The house was still giving, but now it felt like sharing, not prompting. I accepted it with a nod, a silent thank you between us. As the seasons turned, the sunflowers grew tall, their faces following the sun across the sky. When they bloomed, their yellow petals were like bursts of laughter in the garden. I cut one and placed it in a vase next to the gardenias. The contrast was beautiful, the bold yellow against the delicate white. It felt like a new chapter, one written in light and color. I knew the ghosts were still there, but they were no longer restless. They were part of the landscape, like the shadows that lengthened in the evening or the mist that rose from the creek. I had learned to live with them, and in doing so, I had learned to live with myself. The trowel stayed on its hook, a relic of a time when digging was necessary. Now I simply planted and watched things grow. The stone from the creek was smooth and cool in my palm, a gray river stone worn featureless by time and water. I kept it in my pocket, not as a burden, but as an anchor, a simple, solid thing to hold on to when the memories felt too large. It was the only thing I carried now. Autumn came, painting the woods in fire and gold. The sunflowers bowed their heavy heads, and I let them stand, their drying stalks a beautiful architecture against the crisp blue sky. One afternoon I was raking leaves into a large pile, not to dispose of them, but because I liked the smell of them, the crunch underfoot. The wind picked up, scattering my neat pile, sending a swirl of red and yellow leaves dancing across the lawn. One, a perfect maple leaf the color of a sunset, landed directly on the fresh scratch on the door frame, clinging there for a moment as if placed by an unseen hand before the wind took it again. I smiled. The house was still playing, and I was finally in a position to play along. That night I built a small fire in the hearth, the first of the season. I sat before it, the ledger open on my lap, not to read, but to feel the weight of it. Then I did something I had not considered before. I tore out a single blank page from the back. I took a charcoal stick from my painting supplies and began to draw, not a map, but a portrait. It was the face from the window, my face, but softer now, the lines of fear smoothed into lines of acceptance. I drew the gardenias in her hair and the sunflowers in her hands. When I was finished, I folded the drawing and placed it inside the small metal box that had held the tooth. I walked to the spot below my window, the place I had dug up my own truth. I did not use the trowel. I used my hands, scooping away the soft soil until I had made a small hollow. I placed the box inside and covered it again, patting the earth smooth. It was not a burial, it was a homecoming. The house sighed a long, contented exhalation I felt in the very soles of my feet. The ledger on my lap felt empty, its purpose fulfilled. I placed it on the fire. The pages curled and blackened, the maps and initials turning to smoke that rose up the chimney, carrying the last of the old secrets into the wide, starry night. I am the gardener, I am the house, I am the memory and the peace that follows. The stone in my pocket is just a stone, and the silence is a song I know by heart. Story 4. It wasn't the first time a car had pulled into the gravel lot after midnight. The headlights would sweep across my bedroom wall and the engine would cut out. I'd lie there and listen to the crunch of footsteps, then the heavier sound of the metal shed door being dragged open. It always stuck on the same uneven patch of concrete. The next morning, I'd go out to get the newspaper and see the fresh, dark streaks in the gravel. I never went near the shed. The lock was always back in place by then. This morning, I noticed one of my porch lights was out. I didn't bother to replace the bulb. The quiet out here is a thick thing, a blanket. It makes small sounds seem like accusations. The hum of the refrigerator is a constant low note, a drone I can feel in my teeth. Sometimes I think I can hear the dust settling on the windowsills. I remember a conversation at the grocery store, the one 20 minutes down the main road. He was there by the dairy case. He said the nights must be long for me all alone. He asked if I ever got scared. I told him the only thing to be scared of was the silence, and he smiled a thin, tight smile. It was the kind of smile that wasn't about happiness. The newscaster's voice was a smooth, practiced river of concern. A person was missing, last seen leaving a diner. They showed a photograph, a face beaming in sunlight, a face that did not know it would soon be a photograph on a screen. I turned it off. The silence rushed back in, louder than before. There is a particular way a coffee mug warms your hands, a small, simple comfort. I was holding one this morning, watching the steam curl when I saw it. A single, faint smudge on the white paint of the door frame, a rusty brown like dried clay or something else. I scrubbed at it with my thumb until it was gone. My skin felt raw afterwards. He always wore those heavy work boots, the kind that leave deep impressions. I saw the pattern once, perfectly preserved in a patch of mud by my fence line, a distinct zigzag tread. I kicked at the mud until the pattern was obliterated. I found a button in the grass near the driveway, a small pearlescent thing. It didn't belong to any of my clothes. I held it in my palm for a long time, its cool surface against my skin. I thought about throwing it into the woods, but I didn't. I put it in the little ceramic dish on my dresser where I keep spare change. It sits there now, a tiny, unblinking eye. The visit stopped. The headlights no longer painted my wall. The gravel remained undisturbed. The silence should have felt lighter, but it didn't. It felt like waiting. I dreamt of digging, not with a shovel, but with my hands. The earth was cold and yielding. I didn't know what I was looking for, only that I had to find it. I woke with dirt under my fingernails. I must have been gardening the day before. I am sure I was gardening the day before. The police officer was polite. He asked routine questions. Had I seen anything unusual? I told him about the cars, the shed. He wrote it down. He said they were just checking with all the neighbors. He looked tired. When he left, he glanced at my porch. "You've got a light out," he said. I just nodded. I finally went to the shed. The lock was stiff, but it gave. The air inside was stale, heavy with the smell of old motor oil and damp earth. It was just a shed, rakes, a lawnmower, cobwebs, everything in its place. and yet the floor was swept cleaner than I have ever kept my own house, a meticulous, almost aggressive cleanliness. I think I knew from the very first sweep of headlights that it would end here, not with a bang, but with this quiet, gnawing certainty. I was not a victim of the sounds in the night. I was a witness, a keeper of the quiet, an accomplice to the silence. The key to the shed lock is on a ring in my kitchen drawer. It is cold and heavy. I don't remember if it was always there or if I found it somewhere else. On the ground, perhaps, glinting in the sun the morning after the last car came. My hand closes around it. The metal warms to my touch. And now in this new and deeper quiet, I find myself standing at the window long after dark, waiting for a glow that does not come, looking at the perfect, unbroken blackness where the porch light used to be. The darkness outside the window feels like a presence, a solid thing pressing against the glass. My breath fogs the pain, and I wipe it away with my sleeve, leaving a streaked smear. The silence is so complete that I can hear the blood pulsing in my ears, a slow, rhythmic thud that seems to count out the seconds. I think about the key in the drawer, its weight in my hand, and the way it seemed to belong there, as if it had always been mine. I turn from the window and walk to the kitchen. The linoleum is cool under my bare feet. I open the drawer slowly, the rumble of its rollers unnaturally loud. The key ring is where I left it, nestled among the loose batteries and tangled twist ties. I pick it up and the keys jingle softly, a sound like broken bells. The shed key is the largest, tarnished and cold. I don't bother with shoes. The gravel will be sharp, but I feel a need to feel the ground, to connect with the earth in some tangible way. The front door creaks when I open it, and the night air washes over me, damp and chill. The sky is overcast, no moon or stars, just a blanket of gloom. I step onto the porch, and the missing light makes the darkness feel intimate, as if it's hiding me as much as it hides everything else. My feet crunch on the gravel, each step an announcement. I focus on the sound, trying to make it steady, but my heart is beating too fast. The shed door looms ahead, a darker shape in the dark. I fit the key into the lock, and it turns with a smooth click that seems to echo. I hesitate for a moment, my hand on the handle, then I pull. The door drags over that same uneven patch, a sound I know so well from all those nights lying in bed. The smell hits me first, that same mix of oil and earth, but now there's something else underneath, a sweet, rotten scent that I can't place. I step inside and the darkness is absolute. I should have brought a flashlight, but I don't need one. I know this space. My hands find the rough wood of the wall, and I trail them along as I move deeper. The floor is still swept clean, but my toes brush against something gritty, like sand or dirt. I kneel down, my knees pressing into the cold, hard floor. I run my fingers over the surface, and they come away with that same gritty texture. I bring my hand to my nose and inhale. It smells of damp soil and something metallic, like iron. I think of my dream of digging with my hands, and a shiver runs through me. I stay there for a long time, crouched in the dark, listening to the silence. It feels different in here, charged with something unspoken. I remember the button in the dish on my dresser, that tiny eye watching me. I think about the missing person, the face on the news, and I wonder if this shed is the last place they ever saw. But more than that, I wonder about my own part in it. Did I know? Did I allow it? The key in my hand feels like an answer. Finally, I stand up and leave the shed, locking the door behind me. The key goes back into my pocket, a permanent weight now. As I walk back to the house, I see a flicker of light in the distance down the main road, headlights. They're too far away to be coming here, but I watch until they disappear, swallowed by the trees. Back inside, I don't go to bed. I sit at the kitchen table, the key on the table in front of me, and wait for morning. The coffee I make tastes like nothing, just bitter heat. I hold the mug, but it doesn't warm me. The case sits on the formica table, a dark little shape against the pale yellow. Morning comes slowly, a gray wash seeping through the windows. It doesn't feel like a new day, just a continuation of the same long night. I get up and go to the dresser. The button is still there in the ceramic dish, nestled among the pennies and dimes. I pick it up. It feels warmer now, having absorbed the room's temperature. I don't know what to do with it. Throwing it away feels like an admission, but keeping it feels like one too. Later, I walk the perimeter of my property, something I haven't done in years. The grass is long and wet with dew, soaking the hem of my pants. I find myself at the fence line where I once saw the zigzag tread. I look down. The mud has hardened now, cracked and featureless. I keep walking, my eyes scanning the ground. I don't know what I am looking for. Another button, a shred of cloth, a reason. I end up at the shed again. In the daylight, it's just a weathered wooden box. I unlock the door once more and stand inside, letting my eyes adjust. The clean floor seems even more unnatural in the sun, a blank page. I look at the tools hanging on the walls, the rake, the shovel, the hoe. Their metal heads are clean, too clean. No dirt clings to them. I reach out and touch the blade of the shovel. It is cold and sharp. A thought forms, not in words, but as a cold, heavy feeling in my stomach. It's about the dirt under my nails when I woke from the dream. It's about the way he smiled in the grocery store. It's about the key that found its way into my drawer. I close the shed and walk back to the house. My mail has come, a single envelope stuck in the box. It's a flyer, the kind printed on cheap paper. Have you seen this person? The smiling face from the news broadcast looks up at me. I fold the flyer in half, then in half again, and put it in my pocket. That night I don't wait at the window. I sit in the living room with all the lights off. The silence is my companion now. I understand it. I am a part of it. When the sound of an engine finally does cut through the night, it's not a surprise. The headlights don't sweep my wall, they shine directly down the driveway toward the shed. The car door opens and closes. The footsteps are familiar. I don't move from my chair. I listen to the shed door drag open. I listen to the silence that follows. Then the footsteps return, crunching back toward the car, but they stop. I hear them change direction, coming toward the house. I watch the shape of a man appear through the window, a dark silhouette against the lesser darkness of the night. He stands on my porch. He doesn't knock. He just stands there looking at the door, knowing I am here. He knows I have the key. He knows I have been inside. After a minute, he turns and leaves. The car starts and the red tail lights disappear. I take the flyer from my pocket and smooth it out on my knee. I look at the happy, unknowing face. Then I get up and go to the kitchen. I open the drawer and take out the key ring. I slide the shed key off the ring. I hold it in my palm for a moment, feeling its final, definitive weight. Then I open the ceramic dish, drop the key in next to the button, and close the lid. The rain started an hour later, a soft pattering that grew into a steady downpour. It was the kind of rain that washes things clean, but I knew it wouldn't be enough. It would just turn the world to mud. I sat and listened to it drum on the roof, a sound that usually soothed me. Now it felt like a countdown. In the morning, the world was soaked and gleaming. The gravel was dark and packed down. I put on my old boots and went outside. The air smelled fresh and new. I walked to the shed, not with purpose, but with a dull resignation. The ground around it was a mess of churned mud, and there, clear as a signature, was the zigzag tread of his boots, leading right up to the door and then away. But beside them, fainter, almost washed away by the rain, was another set of prints, smaller, smoother. The kind of prints a dress shoe might make. I followed them without thinking. They led away from the shed, around the side of the house, and into the tall grass at the edge of the woods. They disappeared there, swallowed by the undergrowth. I stood for a long time, staring into the tangled trees. The woods have always been the edge of my world. Now they felt like a beginning. When I went back inside, the phone was ringing. The sound was so shrill and unexpected it made me jump. I picked it up. It was the polite police officer. He said they were following up. He asked if I had remembered anything else. I told him no. My voice sounded flat even to me. He thanked me and hung up. I held the receiver in my hand for a moment, listening to the dial tone, a different kind of silence. I opened the ceramic dish. The key and the button lay side by side. I picked up the button and rolled it between my fingers. It was just a button. It could have come from anywhere. It could have fallen off a coat months ago. I tried to make it mean nothing, but it was too late for that. Every object in my house had become a clue, every sound a message. I know he will be back, the cars will return, the routine will continue, and I will be here in this quiet house with my knowledge and my key. I am not a prisoner. I could call the officer back. I could tell him about the key, the button, the second set of prints, but the words won't form. The silence has gotten inside me. It has taken root. I put the button back in the dish and closed the lid. The house is quiet. I am waiting. The rain began to slacken, the drumming on the roof softening to a gentle tap. I realized I was still standing by the phone, the dial tone buzzing in my ear like an angry insect. I placed the receiver back in its cradle. The sound seemed to finalize something. I made more coffee, the routine of it a small anchor. As I waited for the pot to fill, I looked at my hands. They were clean now, the dirt from yesterday long gone, but I could still feel the grit of the shed floor under my fingernails, the cool, sharp metal of the shovel blade. I could still see the second set of footprints already being erased by the new rain. The day passed in a haze. I did not go outside again. I watched the water drip from the eaves, each drop a tiny hammer on the sodden ground. I thought about the missing person, not as a face on a flyer, but as a presence. I wondered if they had stood where I am standing, looked out this same window, felt the same heavy quiet. The thought was like a cold stone in my chest. When dusk began to fall, I did not turn on any lights. I sat in the growing dark, the ceramic dish on the table beside me. The key and the button were inside, hidden from view, but I could feel them there. They were the only things in the house that seemed real. The night came on complete and total. The rain had stopped, leaving a dripping, echoing stillness in its wake. I didn't wait at the window. I didn't need to. I knew the pattern. I was part of the pattern now. So when the engine's sound eventually purred in the distance, I didn't stir. The headlights did not appear on my wall. They came straight down the driveway as they had the night before and stopped. The engine cut. The car door opened and closed. The footsteps were measured, deliberate. They did not go to the shed first. They came toward the house. I watched the silhouette approach my porch, a solid black cutout against the night. He did not try the door. He did not knock. He simply stood there on the other side of the wood, and I knew he was looking at the place where the porch light should have been. He was waiting for a sign, an acknowledgement. I held my breath. The silence stretched, thin and tight. After a long minute, I heard his footsteps recede. They moved toward the shed. I heard the familiar drag of the door, then a long pause, then the sound of the door being closed again, carefully. The footsteps returned, past the house this time, and the car door opened and shut. The engine started, and the car backed slowly down the driveway, its tires crunching on the wet gravel. I let out a breath I didn't know I was holding. My hands were clenched into fists. I looked at the ceramic dish. Then I reached out, my movement slow in the dark, and I lifted the lid. I took out the key. It was cold. I took out the button. It was smooth. I closed my hand around them both, the metal and the pearl, and felt their edges press into my palm. I knew then that I would not be waiting for the next car. I would be waiting for the next thing, the thing that came after the cars, after the shed, after the silence. I sat there holding the proof of my complicity and listened to the last of the rainwater trickle from the roof. The sound was like a whisper telling me a secret I already knew. The key and the button stayed in my pocket the next day. Their weight was a constant reminder, a small, hard knot of truth against my thigh. I washed the dishes from breakfast, watching the soap bubbles pop one by one in the sink. Each tiny collapse felt like a small death. The water was too hot, scalding my hands, but I didn't turn it down. The pain was a feeling, and that was something. I dried my hands and saw the police car slow as it passed the house. It didn't stop, it just crept by, the officer's head turning slightly toward my property. It was a casual look, the kind anyone might give, but it felt like an accusation, or perhaps a warning. My hand went to my pocket, fingering the contours of the key. I wondered if he could see it, this secret I was carrying. The day was bright and clean, the world washed fresh by the rain. It was a lie. The cleanliness was a lie, just like the swept floor of the shed. I found myself at the back door looking toward the woods. The smaller footprints would be gone now, completely dissolved into the earth. They were only a temporary message, one I had been meant to find and then lose. I thought about walking into those trees, just walking and not stopping, but I knew I wouldn't. My place was here in this house with this silence. I was the curator of this quiet horror. I was the one who wiped away the smudges and kept the key. That night I didn't sit in the dark. I turned on every light in the house, a defiant blaze against the night. But the light felt thin and desperate, and it only made the darkness outside my windows seem thicker, more complete. I stood in the living room, a bright exhibit in a glass box, waiting for an observer. He came later than usual. The headlights didn't approach the house at all. They swung off the road and stopped somewhere near the shed, blocked from my view by the corner of the house. The engine cut. There were no footsteps, only silence. A long, profound silence that was worse than any sound. He was out there, waiting in the dark, and I was in here, blazing with light. We were at a standoff. I reached into my pocket and took out the button. I held it up to the light, this tiny, pearlescent eye. It reflected the room, a distorted little image of my safe, well-lit world, and then I closed my fist around it again. I knew what I had to do. It wasn't about courage or morality. It was about inevitability. I walked to the front door and turned the knob. The cool night air rushed in. I didn't step outside. I simply reached out and unscrewed the dead porch light bulb. I let it fall. It hit the wooden porch with a dull thud and rolled into a corner. Then I stepped back inside, closed the door, and turned off every light in the house one by one until I was back in the perfect, familiar dark. I put the button back in my pocket. I would wait. I was good at waiting. The house was darker now than it had ever been, the absence of the porch light a permanent change. I stood by the window, not hiding, just being a part of the dark. He would have seen the bulb gone. He would understand the gesture. It was not a welcome, but it was an acceptance. A few minutes passed, and then I saw the brief flare of a match near the shed. It illuminated his hand and the lower part of his face for a second, just long enough to see the set of his jaw before he lit his cigarette and the darkness swallowed him again. The red tip glowed in the blackness, a tiny, pulsing star. He was waiting for me. My feet were cold on the floorboards. I walked to the kitchen and took the key from my pocket. I didn't need the button anymore. Its message was received. I left it on the counter. Then I went to the front door and opened it. The air was still and cold. I didn't look toward the shed as I crossed the gravel. The sharp stones bit into my bare feet, a familiar pain now an anchor. He didn't move as I approached. I could smell the smoke from his cigarette, a sharp, foreign scent in the damp night. I stopped a few feet from him, the shed door between us. I held out the key. He didn't take it. He just looked at me, his eyes reflecting what little light there was. After a moment, he dropped the cigarette and crushed it under his heel. Then he reached out, but not for the key. His hand closed around my wrist, his grip firm but not painful. He turned my hand over and pressed my palm flat against the rough, damp wood of the shed door. He held it there. I could feel the splinters and the chill of the night dew. He was making me touch it, making me acknowledge the space, its purpose, my part in it. Then he released me. He took the key from my open hand, his fingers brushing against my palm. He unlocked the door, the click unnaturally loud. He didn't go in. He simply pushed it open, a black mouth yawning in the night, and then he walked away. I heard his car door open and close, the engine start, and then he was gone. I stood there, my hand still tingling from his grip, my palm cold from the wood. The shed door was open, an invitation or a test. I looked inside at the absolute blackness. I knew I would not go in, not tonight, but I would not close the door either. I turned and walked back to the house, leaving it open behind me, a dark secret told to the empty night. The house felt different when I entered. It was no longer a sanctuary. It was just a shell, and I was the silent, watchful thing living inside it. The rain began again just before dawn, a soft, steady hiss. I sat at the kitchen table with a fresh cup of coffee, the bitter taste the only sharp thing in the blurry morning. The open shed door was a presence at the edge of my vision, a black gap in the world. I did not go to close it. The day wore on, the rain never ceasing. I watched the water pool around the shed, turning the ground to a thick, dark soup. No cars passed. The police did not return. The world had shrunk to the sound of rain and the sight of that open door. When the rain finally stopped in the late afternoon, the silence felt different. It was a waiting silence. I put on my boots and walked outside. The air was clean and heavy. I stood looking at the shed, the darkness inside it seeming to push back against the gray light. I noticed then what I had missed before. Just inside the doorway, lying on the clean-swept floor, was a single item, a wallet. I did not move. I stood and looked at it from a distance. It was brown leather, dark with moisture. It was not his. He had left it for me. A final piece of the story, a question. I knew I would have to pick it up. I would have to open it. I would have to learn the name that went with the smiling face on the flyer. My hand went to my pocket, but the button was gone. I had only the key, and the door was already open. I took a step forward, then another, my boots sinking into the mud. The shed waited. The mud made a thick, sucking sound with each step. I reached the doorway and stopped, my shadow falling across the wallet. I crouched down, my knees cracking in the quiet. I did not look into the deeper darkness of the shed. I focused only on the leather rectangle on the floor. I reached out and picked it up. It was damp and cool. I stood and walked back to the house, not looking back. Inside, I placed the wallet on the kitchen table. It sat there, beading with moisture. I made another pot of coffee. I wiped down the counters. I watched the wallet. When I could no longer avoid it, I sat down and pulled it toward me. The leather was soft, worn at the corners. I unbuttoned the flap and opened it. The first thing I saw was the driver's license tucked behind a smudged plastic window. The face was younger than the one on the flyer, the hair different, but the eyes were the same. I read the name, Michael R. Jacobs. I read the address, a town 2 hours away. I stared at the date of birth, calculating the age, 24. My fingers were numb. I fumbled through the other compartments, a few faded receipts, a credit card, a library card, and tucked into a hidden slot, a photograph worn soft at the edges. It showed him Michael with his arm around a woman with long, dark hair. They were both laughing, squinting against the sun. It was a happy picture, the kind you keep close. I put everything back, my movements slow and precise. I folded the wallet closed. The question was not who he was. The question was what I would do now. I had the name. I had the face. I had the proof, left in my shed like a gift or a burden. I looked out the window. The open shed door was a black smile. He had given me this. He had trusted me with it. The silence in the house was no longer empty. It was filled with this new knowledge, this specific, terrible weight. I left the wallet on the table and went to the living room. I sat in my chair. The sky outside began to darken again. I didn't move. I was waiting, but not for a car. I was waiting to see what I would become. The phone rang just after dark. The sound was like a shard of glass in the quiet. I didn't get up. I watched it from my chair, the old rotary dial ringing with a mechanical insistence that felt alien. It rang 10 times, then stopped. The silence it left behind was deeper, more profound. He knew I had found it. He knew I was sitting here with it. The wallet was now in the coffee canister on the counter, buried in the dark grounds, a temporary hiding place. I stood up, my body stiff. The decision felt less like a choice and more like a door swinging shut inside me. I went to the shed. The open door was a void. I took the handle, the wood rough and wet under my palm, and I pulled it shut. The sound was a low, scraping groan. I did not lock it. The key was still in my pocket. The act felt symbolic but empty. I had already crossed the line. Closing the door changed nothing. Back inside, I took the flyer from the drawer. Michael R. Jacobs smiled up at me. I folded it once, then again, until it was a small, thick square. I lifted the lid of the ceramic dish and placed the folded paper inside next to the button. The two pieces of evidence together. I closed the lid. The headlights appeared an hour later. They did not come down the driveway. They stayed on the road, idling, a long, silent signal. I did not go to the window. I remained in my chair, listening to the low rumble of the engine. After a few minutes, the sound faded away. He knew the door was closed. He knew I had the wallet. He knew I had made my choice. The waiting was over. Now there was only the aftermath, a quiet understanding between us, sealed by the things I had chosen to bury. The next morning I made coffee. I scooped the grounds from the canister, the dark powder hiding what was beneath. I brewed the pot and drank a cup. It tasted of nothing. The mail came. There was a new flyer, this one with a sharper photo. Have you seen this, man? I took it inside, folded it neatly, and placed it in the ceramic dish with the other one. The collection was growing. I spent the day in the garden pulling weeds from the wet earth. The work was mindless, my hands moving without thought. I did not look toward the shed. I did not look toward the road. I simply dug and pulled, turning the soil over and over. When I stood up, my back aching, the sun was low. The house looked back at me, its windows dark. Inside, I washed the dirt from my hands. The water ran brown in the sink. I looked at my reflection in the window over the faucet, my face pale and indistinct in the gathering dark. A figure stood behind me, reflected in the glass. I did not turn around. I did not startle. I simply watched him in the reflection as he moved silently through my kitchen. He opened the coffee canister, looked inside, and closed it again. He walked to the ceramic dish and lifted the lid. He saw the folded flyers. He nodded almost to himself. Then he was gone. I heard the front door open and close, a soft, final sound. I turned off the water and dried my hands. I went to the living room and sat down. The house was quiet again, but the silence was different. It was a shared silence now. It was an agreement. I picked up a book from the side table and opened it. The words were just shapes on a page. I sat there for a long time, not reading, just holding the book, a prop in a play that only two of us would ever see. The performance was over. The routine had become a life. The glove was still there in the morning, a dark stain on the swept floor. I did not pick it up. I left it where it lay, a marker of his visit, a part of the new landscape. My days settled into a different rhythm. I shopped for groceries. I tended the garden. I watched the police car occasionally drift past, its pace never changing. I would sometimes lift a hand in a neutral gesture, and the officer would nod once before moving on. The silence was no longer a thing to be endured. It was a presence, a third occupant of the house. I found I could almost hear its edges, the soft space it occupied in the rooms. I kept the ceramic dish on the mantelpiece now, in plain view. The lid was always closed. Weeks passed, the weather turned warmer. One evening I was reading in my chair when I heard a car not on the road, but on the driveway. The sound was not the purr of his engine, but a lighter, unfamiliar sound. It stopped. A car door slammed, a quick, confident sound. Footsteps approached, not the measured tread I knew, but a brisk, unfamiliar click on the gravel. They walked up to the front door. A knock came, sharp and official. I did not move. I looked toward the mantel at the ceramic dish. I listened to the silence of the house, a silence that felt suddenly thin and fragile. The knock came again, more insistent. I closed my book and stood up. I walked to the door and placed my hand on the knob. I could see the shadow of someone through the frosted glass. I took a slow breath, my hand resting on the cool metal. Then I turned and walked away, back to my chair. I sat down and picked up my book. I did not read, I just waited. After a long minute, the footsteps receded and the car drove away. The silence returned, thicker than before. It felt, for the first time in a long time, complete. The days folded into one another after that, each one a carbon copy of the last. The glove on the shed floor slowly faded, bleached by the sun and weathered by the occasional rain until it was just a shapeless scrap of leather. I never moved it. It became a part of the scenery, like a stone or a forgotten tool. The ceramic dish on the mantel gathered a fine layer of dust, which I would wipe away every Sunday with a soft cloth, a small ritual of maintenance. I found myself listening for cars less and listening to the house more. The floors creaked in the night with a pattern I had come to recognize, the sound of the old wood settling. It was a comfortable sound, a familiar language. Sometimes I would wake in the deep dark and go to the kitchen for a glass of water. I would stand by the window and look out at the shed, its door still closed but unlocked, a silent promise. One afternoon I was in the garden when I saw a man walking along the edge of the road. He was dressed in a suit too formal for this rural lane, and he carried a briefcase. He paused opposite my driveway and looked toward the house. I kept my head down, my hands busy among the tomato plants, but I watched him from the corner of my eye. He stood there for a long time, just looking. Then he turned and walked away. I didn't see a car. He just disappeared around the bend. That evening I took the key from my pocket and placed it in the ceramic dish. It felt like the right thing to do. The key and the flyers and the button all together, a complete set. I left the lid off so I could see them whenever I passed by. A week later, the car returned. It was late, well past midnight. I heard the engine cut off on the road, not the driveway. No headlights approached. I was in bed, but I wasn't asleep. I lay there and listened. After a while, I heard the soft crunch of footsteps on gravel, not coming to the house, but going toward the shed. I heard the shed door open, a low creak, and then close again. There was no sound of a lock turning. Then the footsteps retreated, and the car started and drove away. In the morning, I went to the shed. The door was still closed. I pushed it open. The glove was gone. The floor was swept clean, as it always was. But in the center of the floor, there was a small, wrapped package. It was tied with simple twine. I didn't pick it up. I just looked at it. Then I closed the door and went back to the house. I didn't go back to the shed that day or the next. I left the package there. It was his turn to wait for me. The silence felt different again, charged with a new kind of anticipation. I went about my chores, my reading, my gardening, but my thoughts were always in the shed with that small, neat package. I wondered what was inside. Another name, another piece of the story, or something else entirely. On the third day, I knew I would have to open it. The waiting was becoming a shape in itself, a hollow space in my chest. After lunch, I walked out to the shed, my footsteps steady on the path. The sun was high and the air was warm. I opened the door. The package was still there, waiting. I crouched down and picked it up. It was light, almost weightless. I untied the twine and folded back the brown paper. Inside was a single dried flower pressed flat, a forget-me-not. Beneath it, a slip of paper with a date written on it in neat block letters. Tomorrow's date. I stood there for a long time, holding the flower and the paper. Then I put them back in the package, wrapped it up, and placed it in my pocket. I closed the shed door and walked back to the house. I knew what the date meant. It was an appointment, a meeting. The thought was both terrifying and calming. The uncertainty was over. Now there was only the waiting for tomorrow. The next morning I dressed with more care than usual, choosing a sturdy pair of trousers and a thick sweater. I made coffee and drank it slowly at the kitchen table, watching the clock. The date on the paper was not a time, just a day. I assumed he would come at night under the cover of dark, as he always did, but the waiting through the daylight hours felt longer and more exposed. I tried to read, but the words would not hold their meaning. I tried to weed the garden, but my hands were unsteady. The entire day was a held breath. When the sun finally began to dip below the trees, a strange calm settled over me. The decision was made. The path was set. I was in the kitchen when I saw his car lights sweep across the driveway, not stopping on the road this time. He pulled up right to the house and shut off the engine. I did not move from my seat. I heard his car door open and close, and then his footsteps on the gravel, steady and familiar. They did not go to the shed. They came to the front door. He did not knock. The door opened and he stepped inside, closing it softly behind him. He stood in the doorway to the kitchen, his frame blocking the light. He looked the same, but there was a new stillness in his eyes, a finality. He nodded toward the mantel. You kept them. I nodded. He walked into the kitchen and pulled out the chair opposite me. He sat down, placing his hands flat on the table. There's a job, he said. His voice was low, matter of fact. A man. He needs to be found. He has something that doesn't belong to him. He didn't say anything else. He didn't need to. He was not asking. He was presenting a fact, the next logical step in the path we were on. I looked at his hands, then at my own. I thought of the button, the wallet, the folded flyers in the dish. I thought of the dried flower now tucked inside a book on my shelf. Where, I asked, the word felt rough in my throat. He reached into his coat pocket and slid a small, folded map across the table. I'll be nearby, he said. You find him, you point, I do the rest. I looked at the map but did not touch it. Why me? Because you see things, he said simply, and no one sees you. He stood up, the chair scraping softly on the floor. He looked at me for a long moment, then turned and walked out. The door closed behind him. I listened to his car start and drive away. The sound faded into the night. I looked at the map on the table. I reached out and unfolded it. A route was highlighted in red ink, leading to a small town I had never heard of. A circle was drawn around a motel on the outskirts. I folded the map again and put it in my pocket. I got up and went to the mantel. I took the key from the ceramic dish and held it in my hand, its metal cool and cert. Then I went to the shed, unlocked the door, and stepped inside for the first time. It was empty, just as I knew it would be, a clean, dark space waiting to be filled. I closed the door and locked it from the outside. I went back into the house and began to pack a bag. The bag was small, just a duffel with a change of clothes, a toothbrush, and the map. I did not pack a weapon. That was not my part. I moved through the house, turning off lights. I paused at the ceramic dish, but left its contents where they were. They were part of the house now, anchors to this life. I slipped the key into my pocket. I drove through the night. The roads were empty, the darkness a tunnel through the trees. I did not turn on the radio. The only sound was the engine and the hum of the tires on asphalt. I followed the red line on the map without thought, my hand steady on the wheel. The motel was exactly as circled, a low L-shaped building with a flickering neon sign. I parked around the corner in the shadows of a closed diner. I sat and watched. The room he had circled was on the ground floor, the curtains drawn. A light was on inside. I saw the shadow of a man pass by the window once, then again. He was restless. I memorized his gait, the shape of his shadow. After an hour, the light went out. I waited another 30 minutes until the only sound was the buzz of the sign. I started the car and drove to a payphone at a gas station 2 miles away. I dropped in the coins and dialed the number he had given me, written on the corner of the map. It rang once. "He's in room 12, I said. He just went to sleep." There was a pause on the other end, then a soft click. The line went dead. I drove back to the motel, but no further than the diner. I killed the engine and waited. 20 minutes later, a dark sedan glided into the motel parking lot, its lights off. It parked beside room 12. Two figures emerged, silent and efficient. One stood watch while the other worked on the door. It opened without a sound and they disappeared inside. There was no struggle, no cry. A few minutes later they emerged, supporting a third man between them, his feet dragging slightly. They put him in the car and drove away. I sat there for a long time, watching the empty parking space, the closed door of room 12. The night was perfectly still. Then I started the car and began the drive home. The first light of dawn was bleeding into the sky when I pulled into my driveway. The house was as I had left it. I went inside, placed the duffel by the door, and put the kettle on for tea. I sat at the kitchen table as the sun rose, filling the room with a pale, new light. It was over. And I knew with a cold certainty that it was only the beginning. The days that followed were quiet, but the quiet had a new texture. It was the quiet of complicity, of shared secrets. I went through the motions of my life, but each action felt like a performance for an audience of one. I was waiting for the next sign, the next package, the next date. But nothing came for a week, then two. The ceramic dish sat on the mantel, its contents undisturbed. I cleaned the house, tended the garden, and watched the road. The police car still passed, and I still waved, but now the gesture felt like a lie. One evening I found a small, flat stone on my doorstep. It was smooth and gray, with a white line painted across it. I picked it up and knew immediately what it was, a marker, a token. I took it inside and placed it in the ceramic dish. It fit perfectly beside the key. The next morning I saw him. He was standing by the shed, not looking at me, but at the trees beyond. He didn't move as I approached. When I was close enough, he spoke without turning. "It's done," he said. "The item has been recovered." I nodded, though he couldn't see me. "Good," I said, my voice barely a whisper. He turned then, and his eyes were different. There was a respect in them that hadn't been there before. "There will be more," he said. "You understand that?" "I understand," I said. He left then without another word, and I went back to the house. The stone in the dish seemed to glow in the morning light. I knew then that I was in, fully and completely. There was no going back. Story 5. The morning sun bled honey gold through the kitchen window, glinting off the cooling surface of my oatmeal. A gentle hum usually filled the space, the quiet song of the refrigerator and the distant rush of the freeway. But today there was only a thick, cottony silence. I reached for the radio, but my hand froze midair. From the living room, clear and metallic, came the sound I'd been unconsciously waiting for, the sharp, solitary tick of the grandfather clock. A clock whose weights I had seen lying still on the floorboards just yesterday. A single tick, it hangs in the silence, a bead of cold metal on a string of nothing. I remember the dust, the way it moted in the slanted light from the hallway when I opened the door to that room. A room we never used. The brass weights, heavy and dumb in my hands, their chains coiled like sleeping snakes. I could not lift them. I left them there. I know I left them there. The smell of pine cleaner, that S wrong, that S from before or after. There was a spill, something sticky on the linoleum near the sink. I was on my knees, scrubbing, the chemical scent sharp in my nose. The rag was red, a deep cherry red. Was it always red? A voice from the doorway, "You missed a spot." A statement flat and calm. The oatmeal is a congealed sea. The spoon stands upright in its center. A flash of white, a petal, a crushed gardenia on the welcome mat. I picked it up. Its edges were brown, bruised. I held it to my nose, but it smelled only of dirt and the faint, sweet decay of greenery. The clock ticks again. It has a rhythm now. a steady, patient rhythm. I am standing at the sink looking out the window. The backyard is empty. The swing set is still, but the grass is bent in a long, sweeping arc leading from the woods to the patio as if something heavy was dragged. No, as if someone walked through the dew, early, before the sun was up. I remember the cold of the floorboards against my bare feet, walking through the dark house. The red numbers of the stove clock were dark, a power outage, a brief flicker. The lights dimmed and surged back on while we were watching a film. The screen went black for a heartbeat. In that darkness, a hand found my arm, a squeeze, reassuring, or a warning to be still. The tick is inside my head now, a metronome for my thoughts. I try to picture the face of the person in the doorway, the one who spoke. The features are a smudge, a watercolor painting left in the rain. I see the shape of a shoulder, the color of a shirt, blue, gray. I cannot see the eyes. There is a gap, a hole in the reel of film. After the spilled thing, after the cleaning, there is a blank space. I was in the kitchen, then I was in my bed. The transition is seamless and impossible, like a cut in a movie I didn't see. I open the drawer by the stove. The utensils are neatly arranged. The spatulas, the ladles, the whisk, but there is a space. A long, thin space where something is missing. A knife, a carving fork. I run my finger over the empty spot in the velvet lining. The dust there is undisturbed. The clock chimes. It shouldn't. The chime mechanism was broken. A bird, a small brown one, had gotten stuck in the casing last spring. It had fluttered and beat itself to a quiet end. We silenced the chime after that. We never fixed it. Yet it chimes, a single clear silver note that hangs in the air and does not fade. The sound unlocks a door. I am remembering the dream, or was it a memory? The two have become tangled, their threads knotted together. In it I am standing right here in this kitchen. The sun is the same, the oatmeal is the same, but the clock is ticking, and I am not afraid, I am waiting. I am listening to the tick, 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 and it is the sound of everything being right, of order restored. But now awake, the sound is all wrong. I look at my hands. There's a faint crescent moon line across the pad of my thumb. A fresh cut. I don't remember getting it. The tick, the chime, the missing thing in the drawer, the bent grass, the crushed flower. They are not separate things. They are pieces. They are all the same piece. I walk to the doorway of the living room. The grandfather clock stands tall and dark in the corner. Its pendulum swings, a brass disc catching the light with each pass. The weights are raised, the chains are taut. I did not do this. The thought is small and cold. I turn, the house is silent again. The clock has stopped ticking. The honey gold light from the window seems thinner now, weaker. It does not reach the corners of the room. From this angle I can see the dining table. 2 placemats, 2 chairs pushed in, a single, clean coffee mug sitting precisely in the center of a mat. I always set 2 places, a habit, a hope. But the mug, it is not mine. Mine is the one with the small chip on the handle, the one sitting clean and upside down on the drain board. This mug is plain, white, sterile. I hear a sound, not from the clock, but from the hallway. A soft, shuffling step. The creak of a floorboard that only makes noise when weight is placed on its far right edge. I am not alone. The realization does not come as a shock. It seeps into me, cold and familiar. It has always been here, this feeling. I had just given it other names. Loneliness. Imagination, the strange quiet of an empty house. But the house is not empty. It hasn't been for a long time. The clock is silent. The sun has moved behind a cloud. The kitchen is gray. My oatmeal is a stone in the bowl, and I am standing here waiting, not for the next tick, but for the next thing. The the thing I know must come, the thing I have perhaps always known was coming, the thing that explains the red rag, the missing item, the bent grass, the second place setting that was never for anyone else. It was for me a reminder, a performance. The silence is no longer empty, it is full, it is waiting with me. And in the thick of it, I can almost hear the echo of a voice, my own voice, whispering a question I can no longer quite recall, a question asked in that brief, absolute darkness when the power went out. And the answer that came back was not in words, but in the simple, terrible fact of the ticking clock. The floorboard in the hallway creaks again, a specific, mournful sound I have learned to ignore. Now it is a signal. The air in the kitchen grows colder, a pocket of chill that has nothing to do with the window being open. It is the cold from the hallway, from the closed door at the end of it. The white mug on the table seems to glow in the gray light. I never drink from that mug. It was a gift, part of a set, and the others broke. Only this one remained, stored at the back of the cupboard. I would never have chosen to use it this morning. My feet are leaden on the floor. I do not want to turn around. I do not want to see the hallway. If I do not look, the presence remains a theory, a ghost of a possibility. If I look, it becomes real. The clock made it real. The mug makes it real. I look. The hallway is empty. The door to the spare room is shut. The light is off, but the air is wrong. It shimmers, a heat haze in the cold, a distortion of space. And there on the polished wood floor, just outside the spare room door, is a single muddy footprint. It is small, a woman's size or a child's. The tread is familiar. It is the pattern from my own gardening shoes. I do not own gardening shoes. A memory surfaces, brief and violent, the feel of wet earth giving way under my heel, the squelch of mud, the scent of crushed gardenias, overwhelming and sweet, a sense of urgency, of a task that needed to be finished before the sun rose. The clock begins to tick again, slower this time, a labored, dragging sound. Each tick is a hammer blow on the fragile shell of this morning. I take a step toward the hallway, then another. My hand reaches for the wall to steady myself. The wallpaper is cool beneath my palm. I am at the threshold of the living room. The grandfather clock looms. I can see the face of it now, the ornate hands. They point to 10 minutes past 9. But the stove clock, when I glanced at it, read 8:45. Time is wrong here. It has been wrong for a while. The pendulum swings, and with each swing I feel a pull, a dull echo in my chest. Tick, tock. It is not just marking time. It is measuring something else. The distance between what I remember and what is true. The space between who I am and who I was. The shuffling sound comes again, not from the hallway now, but from inside the walls. A soft, dry rustle like pages turning, or like wings. I know then what is in the drawer. It is not a knife. It is a key. A long, thin, tarnished silver key for a lock that does not exist in this house. I remember the weight of it in my hand, the cold metal against my skin. I remember hiding it. The clock ticks and the sound is inside the key, inside the drawer, inside my head. It is all the same sound. It is the sound of a door being unlocked, a door I closed a long time ago, a door I am now expected to open. The taste of soil is in my mouth, dry and gritty. I must have clenched my jaw in the night, ground my teeth against the dirt. The memory of the key is so vivid it feels like I am holding it now. My fingers curl around empty air. The shuffling in the walls has stopped. The clock is silent. The only sound is my own breathing, shallow and rapid. I look from the muddy footprint to the closed spare room door. That is where the key belongs, not to the door itself, but to the small, locked compartment inside the clock. The compartment where we found the dead bird. My feet move without my permission. They carry me past the footprint down the hall. The floorboards are icy. I stand before the spare room door. The brass doorknob is tarnished, smudged with a print that might be my own. I do not want to turn it. I know that on the other side the clock will be waiting, its dark wood gleaming with a light that isn't from the window. From the kitchen there is a new sound, a soft, wet crunch. The sound of someone stepping on the crushed gardenia I left on the welcome mat. I freeze my hand an inch from the doorknob. The presence is no longer in the walls or the hallway. It is in the kitchen. I can feel it standing there behind me, looking at the back of my head. The air grows thick and heavy, pressing in on my eardrums. A voice, the same flat voice from the doorway, speaks from directly behind my shoulder. You remember now. It is not a question, it is a statement of fact. The voice is my own, but stripped of all emotion, all warmth. It is the voice from the absolute darkness when the power failed. I cannot turn around, I cannot move. I remember the spill, I whisper, my own voice a dry rustle. It wasn't on the linoleum, it was on the grass. The presence is so close I can feel its chill. Yes. The red rag, it wasn't a rag. No. The clock in the room behind the door begins to tick again, a frantic, racing rhythm. The brass weights will be straining at their chains. The pendulum will be swinging wild. The second place setting, I say, the truth settling into my bones, cold and final. It wasn't for a guest. The presence does not answer. It doesn't need to. I understand the performance now. The daily ritual of normalcy acted out for an audience of one, for me. The ticking grows louder, filling the hall, drowning out my thoughts. It is the sound of a countdown ending. The voice behind me is calm, almost gentle. It's time to wind the clock. My hand lifts, it reaches for the doorknob. My fingers close around the cold brass. I have to see, I have to know what I have done. The doorknob turns easily, too easily in my hand. The door swings inward without a sound, which is wrong. It always creaks. The room is dark, the curtains drawn tight. Only a sliver of light from the hallway cuts across the floor, illuminating the dust motes dancing in frantic circles. The grandfather clock stands in the corner, a monolith in the gloom. Its pendulum is a frantic silver blur, whipping back and forth, and the ticking is no longer a measured beat, but a frenzied, rattling pulse. I step inside. The air is old here, smelling of dust and dried petals and something else, something coppery and faint. My eyes are drawn to the clock's face. The hands are spinning slowly backwards. They are erasing the morning. The voice is gone from behind me. I am alone in the room with the clock. The presence is here now, inside the clock, or perhaps it is the clock itself. I move toward it, my legs heavy as if wading through deep water. I can see the small, carved door of the compartment, the one below the clock face. The keyhole is a dark, waiting eye. My hand goes to the drawer in my mind, the empty space in the velvet lining. I know the key is not there. The key is somewhere else. It is buried. I see a flash of my own hands, slick with rain and dirt, pressing a small metal object deep into the earth at the base of the gardenia bush. A sob catches in my throat, a dry, painful thing. The clock gives a great, shuddering tick, and the carved door of the compartment swings open on its own. It is dark inside. I lean closer, my heart hammering against my ribs. I can see nothing, just a deep, impenetrable blackness. But from within the compartment, a smell wafts out, unmistakable and fresh. It is the smell of turned earth, of a garden after a hard rain. The frantic ticking stops. The pendulum freezes mid-swing. In the sudden, absolute silence, I understand. The clock is not a thing to be wounded. It is a thing to be filled. The weights I lifted were not brass, the chains were not chains, the spill was not on the grass, the red rag was not a rag. I look down at my hands. The fresh cut on my thumb has opened again, a tiny bead of blood welling up. It is the same deep cherry red. The compartment door hangs open, an invitation to the darkness within. I know what I must do to make the silence stop. I know what I must place inside to restore the order I have been performing. The second place setting, the empty mug, the bent grass, they were all rehearsals for this moment. My hand rises not toward the keyhole, but toward the dark opening. The house holds its breath. I lean forward and I begin to remember what I buried in the garden under the white petals that turned brown and bruised. The memory does not come as a picture, but as a sensation. The weight in my arms, the limpness, the small, cold fingers. The smell of gardenias was from the bush by the patio, the one I planted the spring before. The white petals were a stark contrast against the dark, damp earth. I had worn my gardening shoes, the ones with the deep tread. I had carried it from the house through the wet grass in that absolute darkness after the power surged and the hand squeezed my arm in a warning. The spill was not a spill, it was a trail. The red rag was not a rag, it was a small cherry red shirt, soaked through and heavy, which I used to wipe, to clean, to scrub at the impossible stain on the linoleum before bundling it away out of sight. The clock was the final part. It needed a heart, a weight to drive its mechanism, something of substance to mark the time that was now lost. My hand is still outstretched toward the dark compartment. The house is waiting. The performance is over. There is no audience left but me and the truth. From the doorway I hear a soft, sighing breath. I do not turn. I know who I will see. A smudge in the air, a memory of a shape holding the pattern of a small, pale face. The second place setting was for it. The empty mug was for it. A shrine to an absence I created. I reach into the pocket of my robe. My fingers close around something cold and metallic. I do not remember picking it up from the drain board. The vegetable peeler, long and thin, its edge sharp. It was the missing item from the drawer. This is what I must place inside the clock, not to wind it, to still it forever, to let the silence become what it always was, a confession. I step forward. The darkness within the compartment seems to deepen, to pull at me. I can feel the chill of it on my face. I extend my hand, the metal of the peeler glinting dully in the sliver of light from the hall. As my fingers cross the threshold of the small door, the clock gives one last shuddering tick, and then nothing. My hand moves forward into the darkness of the compartment. The air inside is frigid and damp. My fingers, clutching the vegetable peeler, brush against something. Not wood, not metal, something soft, yielding, like old fabric or dried moss. The voice from the doorway speaks again, but it is no longer behind me. It is inside my head, my own voice, tired and broken. You don't need that anymore. The peeler slips from my grasp. I hear it clatter against something hard inside the compartment before the sound is swallowed by the soft, dark mass. The small, carved door swings shut with a definitive click. I am left standing in the silence, my empty hand still suspended. The clock is still. The pendulum hangs motionless. The frantic energy is gone, replaced by a profound and endless quiet. I look at the clock face. The hands have stopped. They point to 3 minutes past midnight, a time that never existed in this morning, a time from another day entirely, the day it all began. I turn slowly. The presence in the doorway is gone. The hallway is just a hallway, the kitchen just a kitchen, lit by the weak gray light of a clouded sun. The performance is over because I am no longer performing. I am simply here in the aftermath. I walk back to the kitchen. My oatmeal is a cold, congealed lump. I pick up the white mug from the table. It is warm to the touch, as if just filled with tea. I set it down again, my hand trembling. The back door is open. I don't remember opening it. A breeze, fresh and clean, stirs the air, carrying away the scent of decay. I walk to the doorway and look out at the backyard. The swing set is still. The bent grass is already starting to straighten in the gentle wind. And there, by the gardenia bush, the earth is freshly turned. A small, neat mound, dark and rich, topped with a single, crushed white petal. I do not need to go out there. I do not need to dig. I know what I will find, and I know what I will not find. The key is gone, swallowed by the earth, just as the peeler is now gone, swallowed by the clock. The clock was not a thing to be wounded. It was a grave. A silent wooden grave standing in the corner of the spare room, and I have just sealed it shut. I close the back door and lock it. The house is truly empty now. The silence is no longer waiting. It is complete. It is the silence of a story that has finally been told, a truth that has been acknowledged. I look at my hands, clean now, the cut on my thumb already a faint white line. I pick up my own chipped mug from the drain board and fill it with water. I drink. The water is cold and tasteless. It is over. The ticking has stopped, and I am alone with the quiet. The quiet is a physical thing, a weight in my ears. I stand at the sink for a long time, looking out the window at the gardenia bush. The single crushed petal on the mound of earth is a stark punctuation mark on the story I have just remembered. There are no more sounds from the walls, no more creaks on the floorboards that are not my own. The house is just a house. I move through the rooms, my footsteps the only noise. I run a hand over the dining table, feeling the smooth wood under the two placemats. I do not remove the second one. I leave it there, a testament to the hope that curdled into a ritual. The white mug I take to the sink. I do not wash it. I place it in the cupboard at the back where it belongs. The rest of the day passes in a blur of small, necessary tasks. I eat a piece of bread. I sweep the kitchen floor, the bristles pushing away invisible crumbs. The red shirt is still bundled somewhere in the attic or deep in the outside bin, a secret I cannot bring myself to uncover. Some truths are best left buried, their shapes known only by the hollows they leave behind. As evening begins to bleed into the sky, I find myself standing at the door to the spare room again. I push it open. The clock is there, dark and silent. It is just a piece of furniture now. The grave is closed. I do not feel fear looking at it, only a vast and empty sadness. I close the door and do not lock it. There is no need. Later I go outside. The air is cool. I walk across the lawn, the grass springing back under my feet. I stop at the gardenia bush. The scent is faint now, just a memory of sweetness. I look down at the small mound of earth. It is not a place of horror anymore. It is just a place, a quiet place. I go back inside as the last of the light fades. I turn on a single lamp. The room is filled with a soft, yellow glow. It is enough. I sit in my chair, the one with the worn armrests, and I listen to the nothing. The clock does not tick. The house does not speak. I am alone, and for the first time the aloneness is not a presence but an absence. It is the space where a sound used to be. And in that space I begin slowly to remember the good things, the laughter that used to echo in these rooms. The small, warm weight that once fit so perfectly in my arms. The memory is a sharp pain, but it is clean. It is real. The night deepens. I do not move. I sit in the quiet and I let the memories come one by one until the silence is no longer empty, but full of everything I had tried to forget. The next morning the sun rises, a pale and ordinary light. I make 1 cup of coffee in the chipped mug. I do not set the table for 2. I sit by the window and watch the day begin. The mound of earth under the gardenia bush is already settling, blending back into the lawn. Later I go into the spare room. I do not open the curtains. I stand before the clock and place my palm flat against its dark wood. It is cool and silent. There is no vibration, no hidden life. I take the second placemat from the dining table and I fold it and put it in a box in the attic. The house feels lighter, as if it has been holding its breath for years and has finally let it out. A week passes, the cut on my thumb heals into a thin, white line. I buy new shoes, simple ones with no tread. I throw the old ones away. The garbage truck comes and takes them, and I feel nothing. Today I go into the garden. I kneel by the gardenia bush with a trowel. I do not dig where the earth was turned. Instead, I plant a new bush a few feet away, a rose with deep red blooms. The soil is rich and dark under my nails. It feels like work, not a memory. It feels like a beginning. When I come back inside, the house is quiet. It is a peaceful quiet now, a comfortable silence. I look at the clock in the spare room as I pass the door. It is just a clock, stopped at 3 minutes past midnight. I have no desire to start it again. Some times are meant to be remembered, not relived. I make tea, I sit, the sun moves across the floor. And for the first time in a very long time, the world feels still, and I am content to be still within it. The performance is over. The audience is gone. There is only me in the day and the quiet that is no longer waiting for a sound that will never come. The mail comes. I hear the flap snap shut, a solid, real-world sound. I go to the door and gather the envelopes from the mat. There's a flyer for a pizza place, a bill, and a postcard from a friend on vacation. The picture is of a bright blue sea. I prop it on the windowsill above the sink. I spend the afternoon cleaning, not the frantic, fearful scrubbing of before, but a slow, methodical tidying. I wipe down the counters. I wash the single plate from my lunch. The water is hot, and the steam fogs the window for a moment, blurring the view of the garden. When I am done, I take a bag of old coffee grounds out to the compost bin. I walk past the new rose bush. A single red bud is already forming, a tight fist of color against the green. I do not look at the gardenias. Back inside, the stillness feels different. It is not the silence of something missing, but the quiet of something settled. The air in the spare room is no longer cold. It is just room temperature. I go in and open the curtains. Dust floats in the sunlight. I leave the door wide open. As dusk falls, I realize I am tired, a deep, bone-level tiredness that has nothing to do with sleep. I go to bed early. The sheets are cool and clean. I lie in the dark and listen to the familiar sounds of the house at night, the hum of the refrigerator, the faint sigh of the wind outside the window. They are just sounds. They mean nothing more than what they are. I do not dream of clocks or turned earth. I dream of the sea on the postcard, a vast, calm expanse of blue. When I wake, the room is filled with the gray light of dawn. For a single, disorienting second, I listen for the ticking, but there is only the sound of a bird singing in the gardenia bush. The sound is clear and sharp and beautiful. I lie there and listen until it stops. Then I get up and go to make my coffee, ready for the day, whatever it may bring. The past is finally where it belongs, and the present is waiting, simple and plain. I pick up the chipped mug and I fill it. The coffee tastes different today. Not bitter, but richer, as if the beans remember more of the sun and rain they came from. I take the cup to the spare room and stand in the doorway. The stopped clock is no longer a sinister presence. It is a piece of history, a marker. I decide to leave it as it is, a quiet monument in the corner. Later, I call my friend, the one who sent the postcard. Her voice is loud and cheerful, filling the kitchen with an energy it hasn't known in years. We talk about nothing important, about the weather and her trip, and it feels like a gift. I do not tell her about the clock or the garden. Some stories are not for sharing. They are for carrying until they become a part of you, no heavier than your own skin. I water the new rose bush. The red bud is still closed, holding its color tight. I know it will open when it is ready. There is no need to rush it. The gardenias have started to drop their petals, a slow white shower onto the grass below. I do not sweep them up. I let them lie where they fall. The days begin to stack, one upon the other, not in a monotonous pile, but like pages in a book I am finally allowed to read at my own pace. I go to the store and buy food for one. I read a novel and forget what time it is. The silence remains, but it is a companion now, not a judge. One evening I am putting away a clean dish when I see it. A single, forgotten item tucked at the very back of the cupboard. It is a small plastic astronaut, its white suit smudged with time. It belonged to the second place setting. I pick it up. It feels light and cheap in my hand. I do not feel a stab of pain, only a distant, soft ache like an old bruise. I carry it outside. The sun is setting, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple. I do not go to the gardenia bush or the new rose. I walk to the edge of the property, to the old oak tree. I kneel and push the astronaut into the soft, black earth between its great roots. I do not mark the spot. I just leave it there, a small token returned to the ground. When I stand and brush the dirt from my knees, I feel a final, gentle release like a string being cut. The performance is not just over, it is forgotten. The house is mine again, and I am its, and we are both at peace. I go inside and close the door on the coming night. The next morning, the newspaper lands on the porch with a soft thud. I leave it there for an hour before I go to retrieve it. The headlines are about things happening in other towns to other people. I fold it and place it on the table, another ordinary object in an ordinary day. I decide to make soup. I chop onions and carrots, the knife making a steady, rhythmic sound on the cutting board. The steam from the pot fogs the windows, and for a while the world outside disappears. I am just a person in a kitchen making soup. When it is done, I eat a bowl at the table, looking out at the yard. The gardenias have lost most of their petals now, a blanket of white and brown on the grass. The rose bush holds its single, still-closed bud. I finish my soup and wash the bowl in the pot. The kitchen is clean again. In the afternoon, I take a walk around the block. I notice the colors of the other houses, the toys in one yard, the neat flower beds in another. A neighbor waves from her porch, and I wave back. It is a simple gesture, but it feels significant. I am here. I am part of this world. When I return, the house is cool and quiet. I stand in the hallway and look at the closed door of the spare room. I do not feel the need to open it. The clock is there and it is silent, and that is all right. As I get ready for bed, I hear a noise. It is a soft, scraping sound from the backyard. I go to the window and look out. The moon is bright, casting sharp shadows. There is nothing there, no figure, no turned earth, just the swing set and the bushes and the night. The sound was probably a branch against the fence or an animal. It was just a sound. I get into bed and turn out the light. The darkness is complete and comfortable. I think about the astronaut buried under the oak tree and the peeler inside the clock and the small, cold weight that is no longer my secret to carry. They are all where they belong. The memories are still there, but they have lost their sharp edges. They are becoming stories I tell myself, not ghosts that haunt me. I close my eyes. The silence is a blanket. I breathe in, I breathe out. The night passes and I sleep. The morning brings a light rain, a gentle pattering on the roof that is the first real weather the house has known in my new peace. I watch the drops slide down the kitchen window, blurring the garden into a watercolor of green and gray. The red rosebud is still closed, beaded with moisture. I spend the day inside, reading the novel I had forgotten on the table. The words make sense now, the story unfolding in my mind without the old, static interference. I make more soup from the leftovers, and the simple act of reheating it feels like a kind of wisdom. 2 days later, the rain has passed. The sun returns, stronger and warmer. When I go out to check the garden, the rose has opened. It is not a perfect bloom. One petal is slightly crumpled, but the color is a deep, velvety red that seems to drink the light. I look at it for a long time. I do not pick it. I let it live on the bush. A month turns, the air grows warmer. I open the windows of the spare room. The dust is gone, swept away in a thorough cleaning that felt more like an invitation than an exorcism. The clock remains in the corner, a silent, polished piece of wood. I sometimes look at it, not with dread, but with a strange gratitude. It was the lock, and I had the key all along. I decide to paint the kitchen. I choose a soft, pale yellow. It takes me a weekend. The smell of fresh paint fills the house, a new smell, a future smell. When I am done, the room seems to hold the light longer, even after the sun has set. One afternoon, the doorbell rings. It is the neighbor from down the street, the one who waved. She is holding a plate of cookies. She introduces herself as Marie. We talk on the porch for 10 minutes. She asks if I'd like to come to book club next week. I say yes. The night before the book club, I am looking for a sweater in my closet. My hand brushes against something soft and crumpled at the back. I pull it out. It is the small cherry red shirt. It is clean and dry now, folded by some forgotten impulse. I hold it in my hands. I feel the fabric thin from wear. I bring it to my face and breathe in. It smells of dust and closet, and faintly beneath that of sunlight and grass. I do not put it back. I do not bury it or burn it. I fold it again neatly and place it in the bottom drawer of my dresser. It is not a secret anymore. It is just a shirt, a memory, soft and worn at the edges. I go to the book club. I do not say much, but I listen. I laugh at a joke. The sound of my own laughter in a room full of people is unfamiliar, but not unwelcome. When I return home, the house is waiting. It feels the same, yet different. It feels lived in. I turn on the lights and the soft yellow walls glow. I look at the clock in the spare room as I walk by. The hands are still fixed at 3 minutes past midnight, a time that has lost its power to wound. It is simply a time, a moment in a story that is now complete. I go to bed. The quiet is still there, but it is a quiet I have chosen. It is the space between notes in a song, necessary and beautiful. And as I drift to sleep, I realize I am not waiting for anything at all. The following Thursday, I buy a packet of morning glory seeds. I plant them along the back fence where the sun hits first thing in the day. The soil is soft and yielding. It feels good to be planning for something that will take time to grow. Marie from the book club calls to ask if I want to go with her to the farmer's market on Saturday. I say I would like that. We make a plan to meet at the end of the street. When I hang up the phone, the silence in the house feels approving. On Friday, I finally move the clock. It is not a dramatic event. I simply decide the spare room would be better as a reading room. I take the clock from its corner and carry it out to the garage. It is heavier than I remember, but the weight is just wood and old mechanics. I set it down on a workbench facing the wall. I do not cover it. I just leave it there. The garage is a place for things you might need someday, or things you are storing until you decide what to do with them. It feels like the right place for it now. Saturday morning is bright and clear. I walk down to meet Marie. She is wearing a large straw hat and smiles when she sees me. The market is bustling, full of colors and smells. I buy some tomatoes and a loaf of bread still warm from the oven. Marie introduces me to the man who sells honey. We talk for a few minutes about his bees. I buy a small jar. The sunlight feels warm on my shoulders. It feels ordinary, and the ordinariness is a kind of miracle. When I get home, I put the tomatoes on the windowsill and the bread on the counter. The house smells of yeast and sunshine. I look at the chipped mug in the cupboard, and then I look at the new, simple white mug I bought at the market. I take the chipped mug and I place it carefully on the highest shelf. It is not hidden, just retired. I use the new mug for my tea. Later, I sit in the spare room, now my reading room, in the chair I moved by the window. The light is good here. I open my book. The story pulls me in, and for a while I am nowhere but in its pages. When I look up, the afternoon is waning. The room is peaceful. The empty corner where the clock once stood is just an empty corner. It holds no shadow, no echo. It is just space, waiting to be filled with something new, or perhaps with nothing at all. And that is perfectly fine. The morning glories sprout sooner than I expected, thin green threads curling tentatively around the fence posts. I check them every morning after my coffee, a small ritual that requires no thought, only attention. The new mug feels solid in my hand, its plain whiteness a blank slate. Marie and I go to the farmer's market again. This time I buy a pot of lavender. The woman selling it says it thrives on neglect, which seems like a good quality in a plant. I place it on the porch steps where I can smell its dry, clean scent when I come and go. One evening I am in the garage looking for a screwdriver to tighten the hinge on the back door. My hand brushes against the clock as I reach for the toolbox. I pause and look at its dark, blank back. I do not feel the need to turn it around. I find the screwdriver and leave, pulling the garage door shut behind me. The book club is reading a mystery novel. I finish it in 2 days. I have opinions about the ending, and when I share them, the other women listen and nod. One of them disagrees with me, and we have a brief, friendly debate about the clues the author left. It feels good to care about something so trivial. The red rose blooms again and then again, each flower smaller than the last, but just as vivid. I cut one and put it in a slim vase on the kitchen table. It lasts for 3 days before the petals begin to drop. I do not mourn its passing. I simply throw the faded flower onto the compost pile. The days are long and warm now. I leave the windows open all night. The sounds of the crickets and the distant hum of a car on the main road are the only things that break the silence. They are the sounds of a world that is turning, with or without me, and I am content to let it turn. I wake up one Saturday with no plans. The sun is already high. I eat a piece of toast and watch a bird peck at the lawn. Then I go to the garage. I do not hesitate. I lift the clock from the workbench. It is still heavy, but I carry it easily. I take it to the curb and set it down next to the garbage can. The truck will come on Monday. Someone might take it before then, or they might not. It does not matter to me. I go back inside and wash my hands. The water is cool. I look around my kitchen at the yellow walls and the simple white mug on the counter. I look out the window at the lavender on the step and the morning glories climbing the fence. The space where the clock was in the spare room is now home to a small, comfortable armchair. There is nothing left to remove, nothing left to bury. There is only the day ahead, empty and full of possibility, waiting for me to step into it. And I do. The air is warm and carries the scent of cut grass from a neighbor's lawn. I decide to walk to the library, a place I haven't visited in years. The walk is pleasant and the library is cool and quiet. I browse the shelves without any particular goal, letting the titles catch my eye. I check out a book on the history of constellations, something I would never have considered before. On the way home, I see Marie in her garden, weeding. She waves me over and shows me her tomato plants, pointing out the small green fruits just beginning to form. We talk for a while about the best ways to keep the birds away. She recommends a simple netting. I tell her I'll look into it. That night I take the book outside and sit on the porch steps. The sky is clear, a deep velvet blue. I try to find the patterns in the stars, tracing the imaginary lines between the bright points. It is difficult at first, but then I see one, then another. They have been there all along, these ancient pictures drawn in light. I sit there until the air grows cool and the moon rises, a pale, thin crescent. The next week I buy the netting for the morning glories, not because the birds are a problem, but because I want to see them climb higher. I carefully drape the thin mesh over the fence. The green tendrils seem to reach for it immediately. I think less and less about the past. It feels like a book I have read and put back on the shelf. I know it is there if I need it, but I do not feel the need to take it down. The present is enough, more than enough. One afternoon, I take the red shirt from the bottom drawer. I hold it for a moment, then I fold it one last time and place it in a box of old clothes I am donating. It is time. There is no ceremony, no final look back. It is just a thing that does not belong to me anymore. I carry the box to my car and drive to the donation center. The man who takes the box is friendly and thanks me. I drive away feeling lighter, as if I have cleared out not just a closet, but a small, unused room inside myself. When I return, the house is exactly as I left it, quiet, sunlit, and mine. I make a cup of tea in the white mug and sit in the reading room. The empty corner doesn't feel empty anymore. It feels like a part of the room, a necessary space for the light to fall. I open my book on constellations and begin to read, learning the stories people have told about the sky for thousands of years. My own story feels small in comparison, and that is a comfort. It is just one story among countless others, each with its own sorrows and its own quiet joys, each eventually coming to an end, making room for the next. The next morning I wake before the sun. I make my coffee and carry it outside, sitting on the damp porch steps. The sky shifts from black to deep blue, and one by one the stars I read about the night before begin to fade. I watch until only the brightest one remains, a solitary pinprick in the growing light. Then it too is gone. The book club meets at Maria's house this time. Her home is cluttered and lively, with photographs covering the walls and a large, sleepy dog taking up most of the floor. We talk about the book for a while, but then the conversation drifts to other things, to summer plans and recipes. I listen, adding a comment here and there. The dog shifts and rests its head on my foot. The weight is warm and comforting. On my way home, I stop and buy a packet of sunflower seeds. When I get back, I clear a small, sunny patch near the oak tree where I buried the astronaut. I plant the seeds in a circle, patting the earth firm. I imagine a ring of tall, bright faces looking up at the sky. It is a hopeful thought. The days continue, each one much like the last, but I no longer fear the monotony. There's a rhythm to it, a gentle pattern that I am part of. I water the plants, I read my books, I talk to my neighbor. Sometimes I just sit, doing nothing at all. One evening I am in the reading room when I notice the light. It is the golden, late afternoon light that makes everything look softer. It falls across the empty floor where the clock used to be, and for a moment I see not an absence, but a perfect square of warmth. I move my chair so that I can sit in it. The light is like a blanket. I realize then that I am not just living in a house. I am living in the world of the oak tree and the sunflowers, the world of Maria's dog and the farmer's market, the world of stars that vanish in the morning and return each night. It is a large world, and I am a small part of it, and that is exactly enough. I close my eyes, feeling the sun on my skin. The past is quiet, the future is a distant road. There is only this moment, this light, this breath, and it is full.